correct. When it comes to the monetary system being exponentially larger than the real economy worldwide, a lot of it is leveraged. Is bets based on bets, which which is what happened in '08. That was a collapse. I am familiar with that with securitized mortgage bonds. That was like an evolutionary way to create more income. And, it wasn't a problem until mortgage rates got out of hand. I think this debt problem is kind of I think we're seeing with the tariffs, it's an economic thing that could have been dealt with all along. I don't think we've had ignorant presidents from an economic point of view. I think it's been a conscious effort because we have a debt-based monetary system. So maybe speaks to that. I just kind of wanted to validate that. I just see where you're coming from.
Yeah, we have a past and a future to deal with. The debt is the past and clean up problem. Then there becomes, well, what do you do going forward? Now that you've saved all that money, what are you going to do with it, right? All that interest on debt goes away. Nobody can complain you don't have enough for Medicare anymore, right? And then how do you generate new capital? You're just going to have it printed by the Federal Reserve. Well, this guy, that's the most complicated of what he's talking about, says that there's a better way to issue capital, and maybe you don't go that far, but I do know this, that if people can realize that money has to be used responsibly, but it doesn't mean it has limits. When I say used responsibly, when it goes directly to people, there's an economic return. I'm speaking historically, not because I want it to be that way. The GI Bill, right, or any place even now where you help out vets to buy homes or whatever, like everything you do like that creates real wealth in the real economy using those same dollars that everybody hypothecates in the financial products you're talking about. The closer you can get the spending to real human outcomes, the more economic return it has. It's not like just good for our hearts and our souls, right? Like I think Obama tried very hard and failed to make this case that the reason he was starting with healthcare, all the things, he could have started with immigration, solved immigration right then and there, and gotten a bunch of people through to citizenship. He had enough backing to do that, and he was pushed hard to start there. But he started on healthcare, he said, because that was where the biggest economic hit to people's daily lives were. And there shouldn't be a reason why you cannot afford to pay for healthcare, because there isn't somebody you really have to pay back. If you're, first of all, in modern monetary theory, which there's a great movie, a documentary, I think everybody running for Congress should know this movie. I'm going to show you where you can watch it for free on YouTube, Congressman. But there's modern monetary theory says that America, that is, does not owe money to the Chinese. Like it's not like somebody is ever going to come to this point of lining up with their trucks and start seizing property. That's just never going to happen. Now there is a problem to understand how to meter out money so you don't cause inflation. That's for sure. So you do have a limit like that, but that limit is not the money supply. It's the capacity of the economy to absorb the money. The inflation we had wasn't because we pumped a lot of money in. The inflation we had was because the goods and services supply was cut off by wars and COVID and all those things. And America actually was better off than other places even at that. But we are skipping on money to put into human beings, and they're the ones that create all the economic growth. The real economic growth, not the monetary economy, Congressman. But I didn't get a chance to ask you about trying to explain it, sir. This monetary economy and real economy, and why don't we tax the monetary economy instead of the real one? What did you think about that just as a concept?
I mean, I don't think we're actually aligned, but I'm more than happy to continue listening to your ideas.
Thanks. I wasn't asking if we were aligned or not. I just wanted to know that concept. Do you think such a thing exists, a monetary economy?
A monetary economy is a concept?
Yeah, do you think that exists in the world, the monetary economy?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. Do you think it makes sense that we don't tax it?
I think the monetary economy is taxed. I'm just so confused on how you're using your words.
Oh, okay. Let's clarify. So, there's sometimes on certain days on the currency markets as much as 7 trillion that's moved and exchanged. Are we taxing any of that? Only at capital gains, right? But there's a movement of money across the planet that's happening 270 times larger than where we measure the gross domestic
A
product.
lot of that is trading, though.
Yeah, a lot of it's trading, right? And there's not one little bit of tax on it. Does that make sense to you?
There is tax on this trading. If you trade profitably, you're gonna have to pay your capital gains tax.
There's only tax on it if it's capital gains, and it's pretty high. I'm talking about whenever a transaction is made anywhere in the financial system. If you collected a tiny tax of 0.5%, you could get rid of income taxes. Wouldn't you trade all those income taxes people have to pay for 0.5% on all those
So you
transactions?
just want to transfer the taxes.
I want to lower them. And I want to end the debt. Do you not want to end the debt?
It took 25 years to create this debt. You really think you could just make it go away in 8 years with some kind of creative financial solution?
Oh, I know I have. I've done the numbers on it. If you're not interested in looking, I'll certainly find candidates who are. And I'll put a lot of money behind them. A lot. Why? Because
I'm not sure he's a real economist. I don't think he's ready for
maybe he's not.
But
Go ahead and Google me if you want. You can Google me and go to my website.
What's that?
You were muffled. Sorry.
I said you can go Google me and go to my website if you don't think I'm running. I don't really care whether you think I'm running or not.
I mean, I don't know about Albie, but I take you at your word. I mean, you wouldn't even have to announce it. You just tell me you're running. I wouldn't know why you wouldn't want to responsibly put all of your expertise and the expertise around you that are advising you to really put what I'm saying through its paces. Because I've spent over 100 hours of my team on doing the due diligence.
All right, well then post the YouTube link that I can watch your analysis in a YouTube video, and I'll take some time to watch it.
I mean, I may be off, but I'm not sure. I think you're talking about, taxation in an industry that, does a lot of. I'm in this industry sort of as well. I don't disagree with what you're saying. The currency markets are mammoth, and they're almost irrelevant in today's world where we can, when we have 150 different currencies representing the world, it makes very, very little sense. There needs to be many fewer. I think, obviously Bitcoin and a bunch of the other, what they call cryptocurrencies, they're not really cryptocurrencies, just an evolution of economics and exchange of value, in my opinion. That makes things a lot easier. So I think I like that you have a plan. I'm not saying that it doesn't have legs. I'd love to hear more people support the idea and see how financial institutions respond. I would think they put up a lot of.
Yeah, they will definitely.
Yeah, because they're not gonna like it. Yeah.
They're not gonna like. They don't have as much power as the people do. That's a basic basis of how we operate. Is that people have more power than the people in power. They just don't realize it. People and organizations like us can give them real tactile understanding. And by the way, I've had this conversation about a real economy and a monetary economy congressman with 10-year-olds. They got it like that. So I don't think it's far-fetched for the ordinary people who want to understand this. Like, you tell me why all these fucking transactions are not
So
being
you're telling me
taxed.
that I don't have the comprehension of a 10-year-old. Okay, thank you very little, Daniel.
Oh, I wasn't. I never fart on here. I don't. That's a lie.
People have been doing this so late.
Well, why are you?
Have you made it to the gym yet, Princessia?
How you doing?
I'm at the
Doreen,
gym,
you alright?
but I'm only walking on a 15 incline.
Are you okay?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm depressed, but
Why are you surprised?
because I messed up my skin.
What did you do to your skin?
I got laser hair removal.
Why would you get laser hair removal?
Because I'm a stupid bitch.
Girl, you just got money you don't want to deal with it.
Huh?
You just got money you don't want to deal with it.
Nori, you keep making all or nothing statements. You didn't fucking take your skin off your body. Your skin. What do you think laser treatment service is? It's going to recover, but you need to give it time.
Okay. How long should I walk on 15 incline? I'm not going to run
30
because I don't want my
minutes.
boobs to sag.
30 minutes of cardio every day.
30 minutes?
What's that donate?
Yeah.
I have to donate. You can donate.
You're worried about your skin? You can't even understand, you little Haiti. You think you got a bad recession?
No, that's not fucking John. Be quiet.
Shut the fuck up, me, bitch. I'm
I don't talk about you. This name is John too.
No, he's not, bitch. That's not his name. You fucking dumb bitch.
That's acting, right?
That's Adam and everything.
Yeah.
You dumb. That's his real name.
Damn, I'm bad.
Can you help me be nice to Congressman? He's my therapist.
Yeah. You think you got a bad princess? Just talk to little Haiti when you're on the treadmill, and you'll realize how lucky you got.
Damn, little Haiti, you're
No, little Haiti has a good life. She's confident. She poses in her underwear.
That's a lie. That's a lie. I made this bitch fucking cry.
Yeah, that made me cry. Why did they die? Man, you can help me a lot.
Shut up, bro. I hear what I say.
Well, you can never take me, did. I had multiple moments, but you never get to talk about that.
Guys, we need to be
I'm not
kind
wrong,
to each other. Guys, can we be kind to each other, please?
Yeah, we can be nice to each other, but we're just trying to make you feel better, using little Haiti as a contrast to your situation.
But Congressman, like, little Haiti's comfortable in her skin, and she's confident. She probably has children.
All right, well then.
Nora, didn't you not like her? You didn't like her in the beginning, Nora, so why you're all nice to her?
No, guys, I don't even like that.
Let's all just be nice to each other while Princessia breaks the sweat.
Like what?
Well, I couldn't be confident, I was scared. I see some man.
Can you say that again, little lady?
Huh?
I didn't hear what you said. What did you say?
The confidence.
Yeah.
One for a man. You know,
I mean, I think I was pretty confident with my skin. Like, you can see I was wearing a skirt.
I want to be confident. Well, my confidence is yourself, dude.
Yeah, I truly have it, but I have very... I just really...
Once you're self-protecting, you will battle you. You become a better person. They're all fighting with you, honey. They're all fighting with bigger than me. That's how
I think I should cancel therapy. I don't think I'm going to go to therapy anymore. Medication makes me stop. Medication makes me stop.
You know what else makes you fat? Not going to the gym.
What is it?
You know what? I'm tired.
No.
It says here, whether it's an injection or a pill, there's no easy solutions. You gotta take that fat ass to a gym and break a sweat and work out and burn 1,000 calories and read a fucking book. Don't take any advice from little Haiti. She's got half of a chicken breast still lodged in her fucking throat from 3 years ago, okay?
Honestly, I'm like very happy with Congressman, and I hope he wins. It's very sad. I hope they say nice to me because he's the reason I'm at the gym right now. Little Amy, that's not very nice.
She's taking the medication right now. She's on the treadmill. She's taking the medication by breaking a sweat.
Little Haiti, that's not very nice. I don't need medication. It's okay if I'm depressed.
It's not okay to be depressed.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, welcome to life, little Haiti. Some people get sad and depressed.
The pharmaceutical industry is very dangerous, and they destroy you, they kill you.
What happened in New York?
What happened in New York?
That was crazy.
Okay, I mean, there's a genocide happening, and I was radicalized by a series of events.
Okay, you don't give me anything.
What's crazy is she has spent years talking to Diego, who himself is a neurotic. What do you think what happens when a neurotic talks to a neurotic? Super neurotic.
Honestly, wait, hold on. It wasn't Diego, it was you. You're the one that radicalized me against the Jew.
Goo? Oh, I see.
Because I used to be like, there's a difference between us design. Hold on, little Haiti. I used to say there's a difference between the Zionist and the Jew, and you would always be like, no, there isn't. We would like to get into long fights about it.
There's a percentage breakdown difference between hardcore Zionists and essentially non-Zionist Jews, but a lot of Jews, deep down in their heart, they're going to side with Israel no matter what because they have a kinship with the state of Israel. And it's irrelevant. Your radicalization is based on stupidity. Most of this shit is all political, and you in your own little bubble shouldn't even be concerned with this shit. It's all political.
No, you're right. I should just focus on my well-being. But Congressman, the thing is, do you know the story about the old Jewish man? Why I went after him? Yeah, exactly.
FBI there knew right away what the answer was to that question.
Yeah, I literally said that he was my dad.
Why do you are you just like a little child? You're still like a 16-year-old. You're a 40-year-old woman on a treadmill trying to break depression. Keep walking and keep sweating, fatty. Your workout isn't over yet.
I want 15 minutes, but I really want some Gatorade, but the grocery store's closed.
Gatorade, drink some fucking water, fatty. Stop drinking sugar water. What the fuck is wrong with you?
You should drink little Amy's protein water.
Honestly, Congressman, my goal is before I turn 40 this year to be at like my best shape ever, but then New York happened and I like fucked up.
Well,
No,
it's
before
still,
I turn 40.
Princess, it's fucking July of 2025. You got the whole summer to get that fat ass in shape.
Yeah, but my goal was before my birthday, and I didn't do it.
The goal, stop worrying about your birthday and your goals, fattest. It's the summer of 2025. All you do is fucking complain and talk and analyze and hypercritical.
Right. Thank you. Just like, honestly, I think you're my soulmate.
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! I can be your clubhouse therapist, but we're definitely not soulmates.
Ryan, you always want every man that I like. You want, what's his name? Diego?
Talk to Horatio. He'll give you good advice, too.
Is Horatio?
Hi.
Is Horatio here?
Horatio, oh my God. Horatio, add me, Horatio. I get to fucking say
Horatio, you remember me?
Oh, God. Do you remember me, Horatio?
Yes, of course, pussy.
Yeah, well, the congressman is saving me from suicide.
Oh, you famous, aren't you?
Ugh.
Well done,
Joe
you.
Russo.
You know what's
I know that one. I said I know that.
You know what's messed up, Horatio? People have written articles about me that are completely false. Like,
No. Oh, fake news.
they're like, she hails from Amman, Jordan to Lexington, Kentucky. I've never been to Jordan in my life.
You mean to get something to know. There's always an element of truth in those lies. How was it though? Was it worth it?
No, I didn't make any money.
But you got fame. That's hard.
I didn't get like a following.
No.
No, just like maybe 100 people.
Well, I was kind of proud. I can't tell you.
No, that's not how I want to be gay. If anything, I should have been a little more kept. And then spoken like a lady.
Darling, you're human. We all have our little moments.
Thank you, Horatio. Well, can I marry you?
Proceed. You have lots of those moments every day.
Excuse me?
Well, you know, I mean, do you deny it? It's a good thing. It's a human thing. Who wants to go out with Gemini?
I'm comparing you to what? What did you say? What did you say, Phil?
Not comparing you with people.
Oh my gosh, Phil, you're so rude.
No, not you. Like I'm not crazy to you.
I can't make that determination. You have to file and find out for yourself.
Yeah. I can't believe little Haiti was roasting me. It's like, hey,
Don't let her get to you.
Hey, what are you talking about?
you gotta take your medicine.
Yeah, don't let somebody with a half box of Popeye's chicken in their throat get to you, Princess. You keep breathing, you keep running, and everything is gonna be fine, Princess.
I have 10 minutes left.
Little Haiti's so fat, when she wears high heels, she strikes oil.
30 minutes on the, I'm not doing only 125, 15 invites.
Find a fitness challenge and join it, and so we can see the leaderboard and see what. No, girl, shut the fuck up. I don't have time for this shit. No. Yeah, you are right now. You do much.
Little Haiti, when was the last time you ever did one push-up, one sit-up, one squat, or even walked for 10 minutes?
Who are you talking about?
Little Haiti, what do you do for a living?
She's unemployed.
I'm a caregiver.
For who? Yourself?
No.
Clearly, she doesn't care for herself.
She gets lots of sleep.
Listen, we're just roasting you, little Haiti, because we want you to go to the gym as well. I said we want you to go to the gym and start sweating and lose some weight. Never mind.
Congressman, why did you think of Jennifer left you in and how everybody made fun of her?
I don't know. I haven't followed that news.
Stop saying that.
Did you see it, right?
Talking shit on me. No, you can take it away before I'm saying anything about it. Okay, do you want me to keep it up? Because I can keep
Like,
it on.
I don't know what's
I'm on the floor, but I'm not.
Horatio, do you work out? Do you exercise and do you eat right?
No. It's after 5. Right above. You're 40 years old. I'm like a fucking child. Yes, I'm the same age as Nora. Yes, we're cousins.
Were you 40 to 85?
Can't believe you are.
Apparently, I was born in 85. Okay, I guess I'm the same age as you, Nora.
Where are you going? You bully people.
Well, you
Do the math.
Okay.
1990. I'm sick and tired of this shit. Oh my god, everyone is my new boyfriend. It's around. You got another boyfriend? Yeah, I'm like Ethiopian. Oh, I see. I'm like, no, I love niggers.
You're not 35.
No, I'm not. Here's one of those tennis games. $5,000 for your car accident. So generous until you realize it should have been a game. Alright, y'all, hard truth time.
Always like to know. But I'll get bigger, don't you worry. I'm on it. Good job. Right now. You really love that. Yeah, with Jeremiah, do I have to do like that? With Al? Yeah, we need to get with the sheets and camera. Oh, it's not easy.
Let's name the movie Let Go. What do we want to name the movie Let Go? What's his name? Type of water champion. Already is better. Here's what's going on. What do we name that movie Let Go? And I might go out when I let go. I'm going to show him going back to the wild. Lizzie, yes, yes, it's a girl. It's like a girl. No, you in the chapter 8. I'm like, Lizzie, no, it's in the chapter 8. We don't know. Matter of fact, we have 8 in the chapter 8. Because that was the truth. It was a legend. That was in the chapter 8. In the chapter 8. It's the y'all want to see something?
That's a lie.
It's in the chapter 8. Oh, that's what it is. I went bowling. But, you know, I already know what's going on. It's in the chapter 8 before I show y'all. 8 in the chapter 8 right now. In the chat. Thank you so much, baby. I love you. Intro. Thank you much. Who didn't really have to draw your head? That's what we got there. You already know, like, okay, yeah, where they at? And then,
Harry, so you probably talk in the fucking you like you know why?
I haven't seen you on Clubhouse, like, where have you been?
Focusing on life.
Yeah, I'm so happy to be back. You know what? It feels like nothing's changed except the emotion thing, the emoji thing. That's kind of, I don't know.
Yeah, and now there's anonymous. You can hide your profile style people without them detecting who you are.
Oh, so you could be like in the audience instead of the dark.
And listening in.
I guess you could do that anyway. Just
some importance to your own self and only to yourself, you could help nobody else out. You didn't have to fucking push it to the top. Hold on. Because you have enough self-confidence in yourself to resist all the like naysaying. And all I said is nobody really cares about Pepe because we all know he doesn't have the power.
Okay, you dumb nigger, talk about the fucking point. You're just trying to fucking attack me, you stupid nigger.
Your mom, your dirty mom. What's up? That cop. Anyway, so the point is Pepe isn't the target. No one here is thinking that Pepe is the
Okay, then move on to the target, you stupid motherfucker.
What the real ones? Yeah, we know the real
Yeah, the real targets are not gonna focus on me, so focus on the real fucking target, you stupid motherfucker.
It's great. Because Pepe's a sensitive bitch.
Pepe laughs at it. They always target content.
We all know who the target is.
No, we don't know.
Yeah, it's called the rich. Yeah, it's called the rich. And we know that the rich are the ones who are manipulating Pepe to get him involved in like social fucking.
Yes, he's a pest like a kid, right?
The rich are fucking him in the ass the same way you
All the rich.
Yes, all the rich.
Have-
Not the responsible.
It's not the rich concrete, it's the undereducated, stupid people like yourself.
Oh, yeah, you're the one, doctor. You keep interrupting. That's why
I'm trying to
it's giving them license to overtalk as well. You're setting the standard. Just stay on.
Yes, sir. No, that's not my job. My job is to clarify what kind of.
I'm gonna land, and I'm gonna clarify everything for you. Or the answer that you've asked again. All the rich. All the rich? Yes, all the rich. Why? Because they all understand that their position in the hierarchy is very fragile. And they know if they were to do anything to save your stupid, pathetic life, that their richness would be imperiled. The social topics.
So then talk about the people that are in charge, you dumb fucking nigger. Like, just talk about the people in
It's your
charge.
medical system, it's your judicial system, it's your fucking all your economics. And dumbass Pepe doesn't realize that. So no, we don't look at Pepe as a topic. We will just throw tomatoes at
It's not making me the topic,
We
you
will throw
fucking
tomatoes at him.
literally talk about the goddamn topic.
This big cocksucker, right? He loves to open up his mouth and show how much he's a loyalist to the people that are fucking.
Then focus on the fucking topic, you fucking idiot.
A social economic gimp used for fucking the pleasures of these type of deplorable people.
Wow, you really hate Pepe, Concrete. Can you decenter Pepe?
But I have a question. Isn't also the socialist dictators also the rich people that exploit the workers? Or the communists?
All the rich.
The biggest problem isn't the rich, stupid. It's the government, which is taxing we, the people, to oblivion and making us slaves.
But here's the thing.
The government controls us now. Sorry, what?
That was not me, that was anti.
Here's the thing that I've noticed a lot of people that preach equality, social justice, human rights are the biggest genociders. And you can see that in China, North Korea, and Cuba. My thing is really, here's the thing. Isn't inequality natural? Doesn't Darwin justify that as a natural phenomenon?
Wait, do you think that's my thesis?
No, I didn't say it was. I'm just
Why is
explaining.
your response?
What was that?
Why is this your response to what I just said?
Because it just is.
It's just this. Look at the cowardice. Look, he doesn't even have the courage of his convictions to stand on his fucking points that he wants to make. It's crazy.
When I say the rich, that's kind of relative. I mean, the communists.
I mean, the relatives.
Yeah, how about we get a recorder?
What we can do is we can just talk about the average income of the average human being, and then we can talk about the accumulated wealth of like millionaires, billionaires, $100,000.
So, but I'm just curious.
It's not relative. It's like
No, it is relative, actually.
we know what rich is in this context. It's some sort of relativistic metric. You're just not. You're trying to make it some relativistic metric, and you just missed the point. You don't even know what's going on.
You stupid fucking monkey. Okay, years ago, but the Vietnamese, all of the East Asians, basically, the Southern Asians, such as the Indians, they do better than us as well. They're a lot less likely to end up getting involved in the criminal justice system. They earn about twice as much as us. Whatever. But we also don't see like Indians putting a gun to somebody's head at an ATM. Here in America at least. We don't have the same kind of societal problems with these people. We can look at the Jews, even. The majority of them there were some that were part of the founding stock. Most of them, they immigrated here along with, the Polish, the Germans, and all the other fucking people. They did pretty well rather quickly, but I don't know, you just want to blame white people for whatever fucking reason. It's super goddamn obnoxious, and, you coming up here with your passive-aggressive bullshit, it's
Always for the same thing, it's not everybody, it's always for support.
Pepe, I hate to break it to you, but there's a lot of Indians involved in Medicare, Medicaid fraud. The African Americans in this country do low-level crimes because they don't even have the education to carry off the big crimes.
Y'all hit a street on the border, but y'all drop concrete down when he's having a convo with Pepe. Yeah, what the fuck's wrong with y'all?
It's all over psychology.
Welcome to Anonymous.
Most people, they eat it with something like that. Personally, I appreciate it. I personally open and I'll put no homo. No. And I after that, you don't taste nothing, nigga. You don't taste nothing.
this on the top, right? So like little things like that just like they keep it on top, and so those are things that could be there and what's left. And so the question is, they should just be honest and say, hey, certain files were deleted, what they believe those files were, and what's left are just things that they believe are incriminating people.
Why do we have to fucking go through the same monkey shit that we went through with the last administration? Why do we have to go through this all with the Trump administration? They're the ones who came out and gave us the information. They're the ones who said there are terabytes of data. I understand Trump wants to get away from the story because it's not good for his image. Well, fuck you, Donald Trump. It would allow us to make this point to all the people that said we were in a cult. Fuck you, Donald Trump. Go ahead and do what you said you were going to do. Otherwise, suck a dick. Like, why do we have to wait for all this nonsense within the courts to happen in order for Donald Trump to do what he said he would do as a candidate and then a president of the United States? Why do we have to wait for this motherfucker?
Because it's not on him. It's not on him at all. It's what he gets sentence. It's the sentence. It's all that. You gotta go through a process. You gotta go. He's getting blocked by judges. All kinds of people is do anything.
He's the chief. Tell us more about that. Right.
I've not watched it, he got blocked by 3-4 judges in the South. Not in the South, no. South.
Once he said to release it, then she's got to release it, and that's it. Send it as the one.
They get blocked by
Did you see Bondi's response? Hold on. Just to be clear, I just want to be clear. Trump said, I've ordered her to release everything. Did you see what Bondi's response was? So he said, I asked Pam Bondi to release all the files because those people are so crazy about whatever he said, right? And then she responded saying, I have ordered the court. I put in a motion, and essentially I put a motion in the court to unseal these documents, right? So he said, bitch, unseal it all. And she said, I put a motion in to the court, which is the legal way of saying, hey, look, it's in the court. I'm putting the buck on them to make sure certain things get released.
What's the real deal?
And the whole thing is they're not releasing everything. That's what. See,
well, and so Ricky, I just want to challenge something you said.
Yeah, tell me the truth.
I want to challenge something you said. You said, why are we going through what we went through with the last administration? Just to be clear, the last administration never answered a single question regarding Epstein. Okay? No one asked them. Reporters asked them, and they moved on to the next question. They said, we will not talk about an ongoing investigation, right? They didn't say anything about it, where the files were, or anything, right? They didn't acknowledge they even existed, okay? They didn't do shit, okay? So let's be clear.
Because there was a U.S. district judge that said they weren't allowed to do that. They were sealed. They were sealed until January 24th, and then even then they got sued to push it back from Jane Doe 107 or something like that.
We're not asking for
Wasn't sure
judges.
if you wanted to have.
So hold on, you're just proving the point, right? So it kept getting sealed. So the administration never even acknowledged that there were sealed records. You understand?
That's a different thing. That's executive. That's a completely different legal process.
King, do you think? Hold on. Do you think that the Trump administration didn't realize that the people that voted for him were not serious about this? That they were kind of joking around? So why would this happen? Why would they have not?
Of course they were joking. Of course they know we're joking around. No,
I'm saying, let me say something.
Respectfully, and Bruce, shut the fuck up for 3 seconds. Let King Matt answer the question, and you can go.
Alright, look. Add me to the queue when you get a chance.
I will. You're in the queue.
So Ricky, I think he knew that it was going to be an issue. I think the problem is, if it was Matt Gaetz in office, I think Matt would have done it right away. I think Matt wouldn't care if he lost his legal license or what the process is. I think he just wouldn't care. unfortunately, Pam Bondi does care, right? Good or bad, she cares, right? And so that is the problem, is that Trump wasn't aware of the legal process in going through this stuff. Ryan just said it perfectly, right? He said, hey, initially it was sealed. It was supposed to be released in 2024, which the administration never told the people also, which, they told about so many other things, but they never told about that.
I put in a motion, got sealed again. I think
Trump's expectation was on day one when he signed an executive order that I'm going to tell Pam Bondi to release it, and she's going to release it, just like the MLK files, just like everything else, which also.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to say something. So I'm the Times Square shark. If you've seen the Shark Tank, kind of like a mini shark. All I can say is that obviously there's a lot of people that don't want to be, exposed from this, and they're hiding it to a great degree. And it's, the bigger question is Trump, co-conspirating with the Satan-worshiping cabal? And he probably is. Like, it seems like we're in a total Zionist reality here. And yes, we're going to hide the Epstein files as well as empower Israel to destroy Iran and all this shit. So, I don't think you're going to get a lot from this, man. You're going to get a lot of cover-up. You're going to get a lot of bullshit. And you're not going to get anything out of it because they won't release it because they're going to cover their...
Oh, sorry. That was my mistake. That was my mistake. I hit the wrong button. Go ahead. You know what?
That's fine.
I'm trying to do some research real quick.
That's fine. They're going to... Trump may be in the disclosure himself, but even if he isn't in the disclosure himself, he doesn't want to expose other people just so he can look good. So you think that's what Trump saying? That he's like, I don't want to hurt other people, so that. But these people behind closed doors, who knows what the fuck they're doing? Who knows what they really are? Are they even human? Are they even, who knows? We don't even know.
Are they dancers?
They're fucking straight up aliens behind closed doors, making bullshit things. You can't even imagine what they're doing.
Times Square.
Look up something called
shut the fuck up.
Look up
Stop telling people to shut the fuck up, dude. No, you stop, Bruce. You fucking drunken retard. I'm talking to Times Square right now. And what I'm asking him is, he just said some things that made a little bit of sense. I want you to tell us how it makes sense that Donald Trump would be riding.
Breathe, doctor. You're not even a doctor. I don't even know what you call yourself.
Oh my God. Oh, shut the fuck up. Alright. Now, the Times Square. I heard your theory, right? And I want to know how this relates to us being pissed off at our president, Donald Trump, for not releasing what his idiotic attorney general said was 7 terabytes of porn videos with children. What are we supposed to do with that, Mr. The Times Square? What are we supposed to do with that? She said she had it on her desk. Now she doesn't. What are we supposed to do about that?
And Alan Dershowitz also said that he couldn't say anything, he couldn't release the list because it's powerful elite people that don't want to be exposed, and they have the most money and the most power on earth. And so if you're dealing with the people that have the most money and the most power on earth that do not want to be exposed, it's going to be challenging.
Okay,
right?
So that's it. They just have the most money and the most power. Sorry.
You're saying that.
Not just one thing. like 5 years by Jeffrey Epstein. And you can look it up. You should ask Barack about it and talk about it. You'll see. So now the question is Elon on it? So, I think everyone is talking about. Notice how when the list no longer quote unquote existed, the actual list, like there is no actual list, then everyone is saying release, because they know that maybe what if there is no actual list of names of people that were on the island. Okay, all right. That were on an actual list of people that were on the island. All right, thanks, Julie. An actual list of people who are on the list of people who are seeing, like he has a list of people who are on the flight logs. They have those kinds of lists, but he doesn't actually have a list, right? Well, what if that's the case, right? And so people are saying release the list because they know there's no such list to release. Does that make sense?
I don't know what that nonsense was, but what I can say is that obviously there's very powerful people, and what you have to deal with is the Satan worshiping people, because the Satan worshiping people have in their purview this whole thing of human sacrifice, right? And that's part and parcel with this whole thing. So, and until you see who those people are, and they don't expose them for whatever they are. They're non-human entities. They're non-human entities that are doing human sacrifice, and this is a subset of that.
People are not the problem. They're not there.
Black people are the scapegoat.
Yeah, and they are a problem.
Of course, because black people are the scapegoat. That's the way bottom of the barrel,
Well, they are the problem, but I don't think they're the problem in this case. They are a problem. It's not
black people, obviously their children are subject to be sacrificed or whatever through the system and used for adrenochrome. Adrenochrome is something that is, they're non-human entities like eating human people, and that's
not what we would consider black people.
What are you going to say about this?
Black people are humans.
We love them. They're American citizens. But there are some of them that are not American citizens that are eating the dogs. They are eating the cats. Hold on. And they are.
You mean the Haitian people?
Well, it's Haitian.
The Haitian Mali. Then you got now with the Haitian people, you have a voodoo worshiping problem.
You do have that.
So you have a voodoo worship problem with them.
They've been exposed to happening for 300 years. All right, let's let the topic go.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, go ahead, Coffee. I'm sorry that you got removed from the room. That was not right, and I apologize.
Thank you, Red Room, for your support. It was very
he did support you.
Dealing with the fake Caucasians. Anyway,
he's a real Caucasian.
I'm real.
Did he leave? Yeah, the Times is on to something because he clearly understands the guy at the Times.
Oh, yeah.
All right, you gotta stop with the ad-libs, brother. Please and thank you.
Yeah, well, I have
very distracting. It's very distracting. It's very.
I know you can do it. I believe in you.
Just calm down, bro.
I believe in you. You can do it.
You know what? You making the show about you, and that's not how to make an entertaining show. We're doing what Pepe does. So do you want to engage?
It's a little different.
Do you want the crowd to engage, or you want to just be about you?
I want you to talk.
All right, please go on mute. Thank you. Please stop ad-libbing. Okay. All right, it's ready to end, Pez. You got it, brother. Show's about you.
Okay. If you're not willing to speak, you can go down to the audience. Hold on a second. I'll put you in. I did fight for you to come back up.
Yo, Matt, look at him trying to use his powers with a faggot. You're a Pepe part 2, bro. You're a faggot. Go ahead, move me down. Because you want to be a bitch. Go ahead.
I'm gonna move you down. I'm just gonna speak over you.
Stop being an asshole.
Listen, I'm asking you to speak.
I'm asking you to living whilst I speak.
I'm just. Go ahead.
Be a fucking gentleman. Don't be a faggot bitch. Like that, man. Yeah, anyway. So the Times Square has a point. He obviously sees that this is not about social, racial issues, that it's about the rich. And what's so interesting is the Times. How do you know it's not about stupid social, racial issues? How do you know it's about the rich? How did you figure that?
Well, that's a great question. I have a wonderful answer. It's from living in very rich places, right? I lived in the Hamptons for a couple of years. And I lived in Greenwich, Connecticut as well. And what I can say is, like, you see the vibe of these people, and they're just, like, totally checked out, just, like, weirdos, and they don't care about anything in reality. They just care about, what they want to do for themselves. And actually, the last thing I'll say, I mean, when I was at dinner in the Hamptons, and I was at the bar, and I sat next to this guy, and he said, you know what? I know about all this, what's happening with P. Diddy, and I know the next, group of people that's going to go down from this. And he was a chef in the Hamptons, and he said he made $30,000 a day. And so you're making $30,000 a day, and you know the next stuff what's going to happen, man. So I don't know. Is this a bunch of rich weirdos?
What the fuck are you talking about?
He's a liar. He's a liar.
I'm not a liar. It's my experience. I'm not going to tell you where I was. I'm not going to tell you who said that. I'm not going to tell you who that was.
You're gonna get to talk. Have you ever lived in Jamaica Estates? Have you ever lived in Gordon Heights? Do you know anything about the rest of the country except the retired wealthy people that you lived around in Greenwich?
Well, I'm from Pennsylvania, so I've lived in the woods, and my family grew up hunting and fishing, and chilling. I'm just white trash related, dude. That's it. I speak really from my heart, and I'm telling you my real experience. So,
I'm not questioning, but I'm wondering, right, because I'm white trash as well. I'm wondering where you're getting the part that connects these other people groups, not the big whites like yourself. What connects the other people groups in this country, the major people groups, to your conversation? You just said you literally have spent your life around people from the Hamptons. Thank you. People are.
Well, he was intimidated by it. That's why he responded to some nigga.
I understand what he's talking about. No, he wasn't minding his own business. What he was talking about was New York. And I'm asking him how he knows where the rest of this comes from. So far, he told us he spent his whole life around rich people. And I would like to hear from him. How do you know the places he lived are all rich?
For a couple of years, bro.
Okay, all right, concrete. Sorry. Where else have you lived, sir?
well, I'm from Pennsylvania. I lived in California for many years. I lived in the Hamptons for a couple of years, and now mainly I live around New York and Connecticut.
What other perceptions can you bring us?
I mean, well, I think I kind of gave you the truth of it, man, is that there are very rich, powerful people that, this whole thing is about, control and power, these people want power and control, and they will do anything to don't care who gets in their way.
So we get the power part. We get that they're rich and they have a lot of influence. The part that I don't get is what makes you think, right? They have power, they have control, they can buy what they want. What makes you think that these are the people who control your day-to-day?
Well, for me, they kind of don't because I know their games and I look like one of the people that could, influence them. And so they don't deal with me. They don't deal with me as well as you'd like because I'm kind of like a Robin Hood, man. I'm kind of an infiltrating person, I'm a contrarian in their environment.
Are you?
Look at my picture. Do you see my picture?
Yeah, I do, but I can't tell.
But that's what I look like. That's
Are you? I'm asking you. Are you a real white? Hold on, right? 2 seconds.
Yes, I'm mostly German. I'm mostly Aryan German. Like, I'm as white as it gets. I'm American royalty, German, French, Irish.
What I'm picking up from
Hold on, Concrete. We really have to, and then you can go and I will listen to you. I have to understand what this man thinks is a real white. So you say that you look like that, you act like that.
But my ancestors have been in this country for hundreds of years. How long have your ancestors been in this country?
Less than 100 years. That's why I'm asking.
So are you first generation? Are you second generation immigrant? What is your nationality?
My mom's from Ireland and my grandparents are from Italy, so that's why I'm asking.
Okay, Irish and Italian. Of course, dude. The perfect hunter.
Of course.
The perfect person to ask me about myself.
Would you? I'm not asking. Yeah, just answer.
I'm not so it's like your first generation in this country.
It's just
but your mom is your mom came from Ireland.
No, you cannot jump in. Hold on, Miss.
Your mom came from Ireland, so you're first generation.
Please be quiet. I'm not trying to say I'm better than you. What I'm trying to say is I'm probably worse than you as an American representative. I'm just telling you where I'm from. What makes you think that you are in the vicinity of the real whites? Like, what makes you think that your experience is something that
because my ancestors, unlike yours, have been in America for a couple hundred years, and you, as an so what the thing is like what Trump did. So what if we gave a policy that said
what is your lineage?
German, French, Irish, English, and Swedish.
Okay, you're mud.
Yeah, some Western European mud.
So you've been here longer than me.
Several hundred years.
Okay, all right, good. Go ahead. Tell us what you think.
So the bottom line is if you're an Irish immigrant, okay?
I'm not talking about me. What is your opinion?
Well, we're only talking about you.
We know that I'm trash. We all know that.
Okay, we know the truth. Okay, if you say you're trash, then we're going to get trash.
We are lucky to be here. I'm
all right, awesome. I'm done.
Fans, you are the leader of the country. We are trash, and I 100% agree with that.
Good, so do what I want. Shut the fuck up and let's move on.
Okay, we will do that. As long as you can justify it. Alright.
Are you done, Doctor? Because this is getting boring.
It's only getting boring for fake black people. It's not getting boring to
You're the real white. How long you been here? What's your bits?
I'm not a real white.
Listen, Doctor. You're probing for weakness, and it was boring. Because there was nothing you can do.
Hold on.
Come, bro. You gotta stop talking to me, bro.
No.
Are you
created, bro.
Can you hear something real quick? There is something that we have to do that has to delineate the real whites, like this man is speaking, from 90% of the other people that are considered white in this country. So if he wants to grab the mantle, amen, go ahead. I'm just saying there's a difference. I will shut up.
Yeah, that's irrelevant. What I'm saying,
irrelevant.
Look, bro. What I'm trying, because real whites versus non-real whites is very subjective. If you have a definition for real white, I'm sure there's gonna be somebody else. Bro, you gotta control yourself a little bit.
I'm gonna go.
Okay, that's fine. Hold on, let me just make this point. Whatever definition you're appealing to, I'm sure there's another person, academic, who can make a counter argument for a different definition, right? So, real white is a real, let's say, amorphous term that could be anything. Anyway, so what I'm actually looking up is only thing that I'm picking up from you, doctor, is like some levels of insecurity because the time so that you got the Hamptons, you've probably never been to the Hamptons, and that gave you some sense of insecurity, and that's okay. We all have things that we need to work on. But I think another.
Why do you think he's insecure? Why do you think?
1 second, I already explained it. I explained it.
No, I didn't understand. Could you explain?
All right, 1 second. As soon as I'm done, I'll give you the like after class fucking explanation.
I don't need after class fucking.
All right, just give me 1 second. Let me finish. You just got here. Did you just get here?
No,
you just calm down. All right, cool. Calm down. Now, as soon as I'm done, I'll get back to you.
Calm as a cucumber.
All right, then please stop interrupting. You seem excited. Anyway, so the times.
You're definitely not.
I think another. All right, I got you. I think Doctor is also a little resentful that the Times has freed himself from the Matrix, and he understands that it's not these stupid culture wars and racial wars that it's being foisted upon us that creates the divide amongst us. It is actually the social class, the rich versus the poor, and we know why the rich are like so. Let's say aloof to what we go through, which is what he appealed to. He said they don't care about anything besides them. It's because we know that when you, as a man, as a human being, a regular dude, when you have some money in your bank account, when you have a full belly and enough Diddy oil to satiate all your needs, you don't care about much else. Same thing for them. Imagine living in a perpetual state of satiation. They don't really care about it. And the only thing they really worry about is losing it. Paranoia that might come with somebody coming to take it away from them, which is why they seek control, which is why they're very ruthless with control, because they understand that the dynamics of power could shift at any moment, and they can be out in the dark with you, and that's the last place they want to be. So they don't mind selling your children, selling your future, putting all your friends in slavery in order to maintain that power. It's very normal, basic human dynamics.
Absolutely bizarre what he says. Can I counter it, Ricky?
Absolutely.
After he's first of all calling you insecure, you don't know jack shit, buddy, about wealth and what life is like with wealth and where people's heads are at. You don't know jack shit about it. You pontificate because you have envy and you have desire because you've either been too lazy or too unsuccessful or whatever failures you've had. So these people threaten you. You don't know what people do when they get wealth. You don't understand when people take their wealth and they become altruistic and they spend a lot of their wealth philanthropically and altruistically. That concept is not something that would cross your mind. But you're not really around people with wealth because if you were, you would understand that that's one of the things in human nature that they do and how they then come back into the community with their wealth.
May I speak next? Oh, excuse me.
I don't know who you've encountered, and what people you've been around, and what wealth you've been around, but if you actually spent time with them and you were hanging out with them, you would see what they consume themselves with and
philanthropic endeavors, are just there. And you give me a community and I'll earmark it for you, and I'll tell you wherever you go. You think that people just live in these wealthy neighborhoods and they're just playing golf at the club and having a nice dinner and that's it. You're not seeing the checks that are being written to pay for the hospitals as they're being built, to take care of the community centers, to make sure that the old age homes are funded, to make sure that community activities are taken care of, children's programs, after school children's programs. We go through the litany of different charities that are pretty common, whether the United Way's funded. Who do you think's paying for all this? It's the wealthy people that are paying for it. So maybe just tell everyone.
After that person, I'll go after that.
See, both can be true in terms of that.
You think?
I want to say something here.
Well, hold on, I'm not gonna be the other gentleman.
I want to say,
embarrassing submission, Abby. But she's not done yet. She's got more drivel to offer.
Shut up, concrete. Go around.
Your mom. Your mom, Alan. Your mom.
Chill out. Don't make us talk.
I'm not done yet. I'm just done yet. I hope concrete for your life. Okay, I hope concrete for your life that you gain enough success that you get to a point that you can turn around and you'll have the wherewithal to take care of others and make sure you commit and you give money to those charities and those organizations in your community that are in need. It's a great feeling. It's the best feeling in the world. And I hope for you, I pray for you that you can get to that point. But to absolutely condemn and have this sick envy towards people that are at that point is just wrong. And it's just ignorant. And that's it.
Yeah, so what I want to say is
I'm going to say something to Abby.
Yeah.
Abby, thank you. That's a blessing of a rebuttal. Very, very nice. Concrete, shut the fuck up. Who was the lady after Abby? And I'll go after that lady. This is like
I want to say something. It's a short
Hold on, at times. I wanted to respond to Abby since she addressed my point so eloquently and so profoundly. I think it's a response, right? April, do you want to go? And I'll go after you.
Yeah.
Abby said something to me, and I want to respond. Go ahead.
It was. Thank you.
Thank you.
We want the continuity of the conversation, but whatever.
Okay, you go ahead, though.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I think you can go.
People out, but go
Let's go. Doctor, you're so in that. Abby said
I
the
feel like
thing.
I'm now getting in the way, so.
It's fine. If you want to make a point, go ahead. Because Abby made a complete psychoanalysis and,
Right.
survey. She made a complete survey of my. What's going on, bro? What's going on? Are you interrupting me? We're interrupting me. You just chill, bro. You're the one making it to the KP show. I don't have any beef with you.
No, I'm not.
You're interrupting me.
So April's talking. Thank you. So thanks a lot. Okay, I am from the Santa Barbara area, Montecito, Hope Ranch. My family's been there a long time. We came over on the little wood boats years ago. Blah blah blah. To boarding school at Cape. Okay. Oh right. Really beautiful there. Yeah. So one of my sister's friends, she worked for CPS for 25 years, okay? And she had a pension, she loved going to the spa. I was visiting my sister one time, and Annie was complaining she couldn't afford the spa or go to it, and she was left, and I was like talking to my sister, I'm like, hey, what's up? And this was like, I'm telling you guys, this 6 years ago. Okay, 6, maybe 7 years ago, and I'm like, how come? What's up with Annie? And my sister said, that she discovered there was this humongous satanic pedophile ring in Santa Barbara County that included sheriffs, judges, top officials, ministers, like so many people. And she went to her boss and he told her that she needed to quit or she could die. And so she quit her job and she's now like out of state, kind of house sitting, that type of thing. But yeah, after 25 years, it's that serious. And it goes across all the boards. I understand about saying like not all wealthy people are bad. Like everybody has good and bad qualities, but you know, like the Epstein.
Basically, April, I don't know how long she's been, or Abby, I don't know how long she's been here, but she did a complete psychoanalysis of me, and you know, she was able to look into my life and see all of my accomplishments or lack thereof, and then she was able to like ascribe a motivation as to why I said that the real problem isn't race or ethnicity or religious belief, and it's actually like a class issue, right? And she so eloquently pointed to like charitable endeavors, right? And the interesting thing about charitable endeavors is old folks' homes are something that we can take care of as a general society, right? If that was what our government wanted to do in terms of our tax dollars, feeding the homeless, on and on and on. Our government, the collection of the people, or the collective entity for the people, by the people, is something that would actually take care of these things. And Abby is telling us how the rich are, I guess, the more responsible party for the shelter of the homeless and the old folks, so on and so forth, right? I want y'all to think about that for a moment, right? Think about how Abby is trying to tell us that the only reason why these charitable endeavors exist is because of the rich. And it's almost like we should owe a debt of gratitude to the rich and not to ourselves as a fucking conscientious civilization of people who love each other, right? That's the crazy part about it. And also, on another level, what we all understand is that these charitable organizations are used for more nefarious purposes and more pragmatic reasons. A pragmatic reason being tax fucking credits, right? A more nefarious reason being fucking funneling operations, right? So she wants us to give the naive. She wants us to give the naive. She wants us. Yo, what are you doing, bro? I heard to hear all your stupid shit, bro. Right? I get it that you don't like my point. I get it that you don't like my point. Abby, this is really a bad sign that somebody who is trained. This is a very bad sign. Bro, you gotta let me finish, bro. It's a really bad sign. It's a really bad sign that you don't have the confidence to just stay on mute while I give my argument. After I had to hear you out, right? And now we've got Dr. Articulate or Dr. Responsible who keeps chirping and won't let me make a point without being interrupted. And it's really sad because it's like a telltale sign that you hear what I'm saying and it bothers you and you're trying to drown it out by your constant interruption. And that just shows this is basically avoiding cognitive dissonance, right? This is just an attempt to avoid cognitive dissonance where you're holding two contrary points in your head simultaneously. Where you know the rich are the problem, you're simultaneously saying you're trying to say the rich are the solution. And this is sad. I didn't know you were this pathetic. You move them down. But you got it.
like to say something, Alan. Just let me one thing.
I'll answer his points though, but please.
Let me say this. To say that people that take money that they worked really hard and they contribute a good portion, a good percentage of their money to working to cure a disease, or I mean, we just took a whole bunch of money for the Alzheimer's research and to build a brain center. That's people's money. That's not government money that's doing that. It's community that put money together and built a center and build a great center. So and I'm just using that as one example. He's so disingenuous.
You're also
Don't get caught up in it.
I'm not caught up in it. Hey, I look myself in the mirror every day, and I'm someone who's contributing and doing good. I'm not a taker. I'm a giver. So that's his problem.
No, I know. But it's yes.
Alan, Horatio, Abby, can we have
I'm talking to Alan.
Thank you.
I'm going to talk to Alan.
Thank you. Look, I left Chillism because in large part because of the BS that concrete does. Notice how he says, well, Abby did this and you did that, and the moderation, he's always analyzing people's behavior, but then, shock of all shocks, he gets upset when you analyze his behavior. But to address his point specifically, one of the reasons why the government doesn't take care of the elderly in the ways he described is because when the government gets involved, 9 times out of 10, they fuck things up. That's why they don't. Just look at the VA as one example. But even if you don't agree with that example, the point is once the government gets involved, then everybody looks and says they have deep pockets and the bureaucracy kicks in and inefficiency kicks in. That's why we as Republicans support the kind of donations and giving that our illustrious moderator, Abby, thank you for saying that, Abby. That's why Republicans believe in private organizations and Democrats believe in, now they openly say collectivism, which is another word for communism. It doesn't work.
Alan,
thank you.
Let's talk, because you and Abby have both said that we have all these medical advances and all this great shit that comes from private contributions, and that's just not true. Most medical research is funded by tax dollars. Most medicine is created using tax dollars. I get what you're saying. Private charities do a lot of good for the world, but you're living in an alternate universe.
Well,
doesn't stop grounded to
example. Did you hear my example? Did you hear my example?
Yeah, you're talking about the dementia center.
I gave you an example. The very big hospital, Cleveland Clinic, brain research center that's working on Parkinson's and Alzheimer's. Also brain injuries caused by boxing. Okay, a lot of connection with UFC and boxing. Huge, millions and millions of dollars donated from those different entities to try to cure brain diseases. That was built by community money. Every year they do a fundraiser, $20 to $30 million. They raise $20 million. I finish. $20 to $30 million a year for many years. They've been raising it. They then went forward as they built this multi-million-dollar facility with Cleveland Clinic. They were able to then get grants and get additional money. But the majority of this. My point is, this was something that was was put together by community money, and if you ask, it got put together by wealthy people in the community, people that had made money in our industry, that were of means, that could write the checks, and they gave back to the community. I happen to be blessed. I'm going to leave with this. I am blessed that I live in a community that people take their checkbooks out and they give back to the community.
And I can tell you something. Where you're talking, there's nothing. I'm going to just say this right now. There's nothing better than walking down the hallway and see your family plaque because of foundation work we have done.
Yeah, let me address Ryan.
This is a very simple Grok question. I asked Grok, what is this is the question I asked, very simple. How much medical breakthroughs have occurred for private funds versus public funds in America? Listing percentages. So one of the things to know is that oftentimes private funding and public funding work together and hand in hand in some aspects. But to cut to the chase, the conclusion is approximately 65% of medical breakthroughs in America can be attributed to private funding. Ryan, I'm going to have to drop you if you interrupt me again. Okay, just wait your turn. So look, 35% comes from public funding. So that refutes the point that you made in breakthroughs. And so this reinforces Abby's point.
Pause. You're wrong. Period. Point blank. Ask Grok another question. Ask it a follow-up question.
Too many things.
This is pretty simple. So if we're weighing if private funding in the medical field has advanced,
Charity, not private. We're talking. There's a huge distinction. If you can't make that, distinction private versus people giving versus actual corporations.
It's the same thing. We're investing.
What are you talking about? That's a different. That's investing. When you're going to a charity, are you giving money as an investment, or are you donating?
Someone talked about how public funding goes to waste. That's why you weren't here.
No, I absolutely understand that public funding often goes to waste. That's not the issue.
We do both. You understand?
No, but that's not what you're talking about.
Yes, we both. We do both.
Stop, everyone.
We do both. We do both. When you sit on the board,
you're fighting. You're attacking.
Breast cancer centers, this is what we do. Cancer centers, this is what we do.
I have sat on boards where I have given money as a board member. I also had to sign notes and guarantee loans that my board is taking out to take out a mortgage or to develop another facility in the building. We've had to not just take money out of our pockets straight out as a gift, we've also had to go on the hook on mortgages and on the hook for them to develop. So we're doing both. We're doing absolutely both. And
Here's the medical services. Listen to me.
You guys can like this, you guys can like it or fucking not like it, but that's what people that have wealth do, okay? They're not doing it so they can put their name in billboards. They're doing it altruistically because they want to do it because they cared to the community they grew up in and they want to help that community. And I don't really give a flying fuck if you don't believe me. I don't give a flying fuck because I don't do it to please you.
It's Ricky, I'm just saying, teach us, because we have no idea what's in the head of these people. Like, I'm a piece of white trash, and so are like 70% of the people in the room. We have no clue what they might do or think.
I'm not a piece of white trash. many people that way.
We are. I know you're fired up.
No, I'm not fired up. I'm just coming from a place of someone you probably never talked to. Okay.
Yeah, and on
You
top,
probably never had this conversation.
on top of
You probably never
that,
thought you would.
on top of
Here's the
that,
thing.
he forgets that it's people who sit on those boards, and it's people who say, you know what, in my company, instead of taking our profits and giving it to our shareholders or doing some other thing, we are going to give it to this charity. It's still people giving. The distinction he was trying to make was it was a distinction without a difference. He was saying, oh, it's not charity. He just didn't know what the hell he was talking about.
And maybe I think you missed the joke. If you called you Ricky enough, he was siding with you. It was maybe a little outputting. This is what we do for our communities. Don't care where you are. We're going to take care of our elders and siblings. This is how we were raised and built. So I don't know who the guy, Ryan, who the fuck you are. No. We take care of shit. We give out of our own pockets. We don't care about anything else. I want your mother to have, surgeries if she doesn't have the insurance. We need to take care of your sister that may be having brain cancer. God forbid. This is what we do just out of the kindness of our hearts. The fuck is wrong with you, man?
And I just want to say, for the people who were offended by Dr. Responsible's white trash comment, I want to say right now that white trash is an inclusive group. We invite all ethnic groups and racial groups and skin colors to be white trash. The first rule is you got to put raisins in your potato salad.
And we love all niggas. Wait, niggas, come on.
He's right. He's right. This is not, we have to delineate between the real whites if we're going to have this conversation. It's not the same people groups. We have no idea what the fuck real white people are talking about, and we have no idea what the fuck quote unquote niggas is talking about. We have no idea. This is another group of people.
So you have to be a junkie to be white trash.
No, you don't have to be a junkie. You just have to have parents. You just have to have parents who don't know the system that the real people who created this country created. You have to have parents that don't understand it, and then you don't understand it. That's what the fake whites are. We're getting classified as this group of people, but we have no idea what the fucking Mayflower people, real whites, actually set up. We have no clue. Okay, so that's why it has to be delineated. Nothing else.
And you want to know the real secret? The real secret is all of those tricks that the rich people use to, quote, avoid paying taxes. Anybody who makes 50 grand a year can use those same things too. And you can avoid, you pay less taxes if you do what they do. You don't have to be super rich. You can file taxes just like Donald Trump, and if you're making over 50 grand a year and you have your own business, you will save $3,000 a year. And the more you make, the more it goes up.
Especially talking about but Helen is one of the things I don't care about. I care about the responsibility. And I would tell you someone that's on this app right now, KK. I love her to death. I go down to the VFWs all the time, to all the bars. Yo, you know how many fucking guys with one leg just to sit down and talk to me, buy them a leg? This is what my family does. Sorry about that. Just had a meltdown. Sorry, guys.
No, we're very lucky that the government still hasn't taken away our incentive financially to be able to give. And they've not made it hard to do it. They actually give us lots of avenues and ways to contribute. But if I look at my community, the people that are feeding the poor are Catholic Charities and Foursquare. And, I mean, it's not the city. It's Lutherans have an organization there, the Jewish Family Services there. I mean, that's who's feeding them. There is a closed off section in the city, and there's like facilities, and they're private facilities that are doing the work. I want to leave you with a crazy statistic. I know this is going to get people crazed, but when they look at money contributed around the country that's into philanthropic needs, whether it's hospitals, diseases, schools, universities, just money contributed, and the arts, art museums, ballets, all of that, across the board. 27% of the money given is coming from one ethnic group. That same ethnic group is 2% of the population. Yeah, 27%.
Expensive Missouri area, great child hospital up there. They do a lot. Biggest people I work for.
Well, of giving, of charity, you just have to. And it's really pressed. It's pressed very hard. So, I mean, in terms of looking at what we're doing, and when people get wealthy or have wherewithal, at least I can speak for the people that I grew up around and that are in my community. You're embarrassed if you don't. People know the ones that don't give, and I don't know if I would say they're ostracized somewhat, but they're not looked well in the community by the contribution you make at the synagogue. It's a big difference, and it's just that's how it should be. I wish all the communities just felt this obligation to give back, and our country lets us write it off. So that's a good thing. There's no reason why people shouldn't do it. So anyway, I'm done.
The data shows that if you're richer, you're much more likely to give more to charity. Your propensity is much higher. And it's not that you give more because you've got more, it's that you give more as a percentage. I don't know why.
No, you don't give because you are a good person.
Because you're rich.
You're wealthy.
They don't.
Rich, no, you just give.
It positively correlates.
One thing I was taught as a young kid, and I never heard this word. I was probably about 4 years old. And my father said, don't make fun of anyone less fortunate. So we being givers, we didn't know anything of less fortunate. We always give and gave, and this is what we do. Don't care who you are. I will always help you. We always give to women's shelters and men's shelters. We need to give more to men's shelters.
Quite
Say it again.
Quite right.
$100 billion a year is avoided in federal income tax by donating to nonprofit charities. And I'm all for Zadaka and doing charity work, but the country's $37 trillion in debt. We just keep borrowing and spending into oblivion and giving tax breaks to wealthy donors to nonprofit charities. How much is too much? When do we start correcting the books and having balanced books for we, the people of this country?
It's not actually given to the charities, is it, though?
Yeah, it's actually given to a non-profit corporation known as a charity.
It's just a brokerage, they don't have to pay elsewhere.
This is why I do things personally. There's so many of us do things personally.
Listen, Mark Zuckerberg and Priscilla Chan, they created a nonprofit and gave hundreds of millions of dollars to it because they felt guilty because they pushed the vax on everybody. Now people who have inflammation and disease are trying to cure it with their nonprofit. If that's not hypocrisy, I don't know what is.
Oh shit, what's up, John? I didn't know shit. What's up, John? Sorry. John, go ahead. What's up, brother?
Yeah, the government wasn't so inefficient and wasteful with money. That might be a good solution, but I'd much rather take the money that I have and allocate that to a charity with a specific goal that I believe in versus just like a general fund for things that I might, disagree with.
And I'm not a big fan, but Ronald McDonald House is a good place. It's well to donate to.
Yeah, well, a lot of people donate to Planned Parenthood and think that's a good idea, but we already give $1 billion a month and kill 100,000 children in this country.
Well, on that, Luke, if you tell people what their taxes are going to, then they're much more likely to give more if they can see the destination than if it just goes into a pot. So you've got your calls, and you're like, okay, I'm in.
And if you look around your own community, your major hospitals, there are other houses that's around your ICU units that's welcoming money to try to stay open so they can take care of your family. Man, it's a beautiful thing, man. You guys understand it.
Yeah, well, it's estimated that McDonald's kills about 800,000 people a year in this country with their fake-ass, terrible food.
But the net benefit is much better.
Yeah, for a $2 cheeseburger, and I'm gonna give $40,000 out of your pocket a year. Yeah, they got a racket. But no, seriously, all jokes aside, go to your local hospital. There's other people. It's like you and I, just commoners, and we would board people to say, hey, your mom, dad, or whoever is in the hospital, you can stay here. That's what we do. And we just take whatever you can give us. If it's $20 fucking, we don't care. There's a lot of people just being charitable like that. You guys need to invest. Just say, hey, look, John, you know what, man? You got this house. They go $100. There's a lot of us.
You've been optimistic, though. I wish there were more people like that. I don't know if it's normal.
A lot of people like to bring up Al Capone that he was busted on tax evasion and not bootlegging. But the fact of the matter is, Bill Gates and Mark Zuckerberg and countless other billionaires should also be arrested for the rampant tax evasion.
Al Capone brought medicine to the people.
There's one set of rules for the multi-billionaire rich people and people worth 20 million or plus, and there's a whole separate group of rules for people who make 75,000 a year and pay through their fucking noses. Federal income taxes, property taxes, etc. Taxes in this country are out of control. Borrowing and spending in this country are out of control, and you all know it.
Just want to point out, Matt, do you hear the argument John's making? The same argument I made about Epstein and why the
case that issue is so important is about the two-tier justice system. Right or wrong, I'm hearing both arguments on this, but the two-tier justice system is one of the most important issues next to election integrity.
I think that was like top 5 issues, would you say, for voters? I think you were saying that last night.
Well, no, it's not like for economy or immigration. It's not like that. But when you ask voters if they think there's a two-tier justice system, roughly nearly 70 to 80% of people say there is. So when you're dealing with numbers like that, it's like it doesn't matter if it exists or doesn't exist. The people believe it exists.
You just need to have justice, don't you? And then you realize how important justice access is. Expensive lawyers.
I mean, Warren Buffett even admitted that his secretary pays a higher income tax rate than he does.
Progressive income tax is communism, and we should ban it.
Yeah, maybe moonlighting in some ways.
We need major reform in income tax and property tax in this country. We have become slaves.
So if we didn't have like this supposed elite class of people, or I mean, just even the rich, for that matter, do you think this world even works? I mean, or at least our country, but I don't know, like, I suppose we depend a lot on them. I don't know. I would just think that we just want to dismantle the rich at the end of the day, or what?
No, that's what the communists are.
I know that's what they're saying. I just, it's hard to believe. But Horatio, it sounds like you're the type that would want that. No, why? Burning and dying. All right, just double check. All the white trash.
The French tried that. It just ends up in chopping a bunch of people's heads off.
I mean, is it fair to go to work 3 out of 5 days a week just to cover your taxes?
It's too many days anyway.
No, people that make $150,000 or less to pay no income tax to the federal government. And I've heard that idea floated. We should get back to a tariff system. I think Trump's at least initiating it. I don't think it will be to fruition, but the country was funded on tariffs and indirect taxation, sales taxes and stuff like that for 150 years. We can go back to that system.
But isn't the argument that you are basically going to be net zero by the end, so you're never going to end up with more than you started out with? It probably smooths over a lifetime on average.
Not even sure what that means, that what you just said, Horatio.
Well, because you don't, I mean, assuming you don't actually end up with money at the end of it, you know, you probably end up with zero and you start with zero.
Yeah, that's called hell, Horatio.
At the beginning of life, and then you have healthcare at the end, and it probably all smooths out to about zero.
It doesn't all smooth out. Are you out of your mind? The country's $37 trillion in debt and $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. This country's completely broken. We keep borrowing and spending like there's no tomorrow.
Bloody fancy military jets of yours, those ones which you can't even see when they're in the air.
We like to call them stealth bombers or B-2.
Oh,
the stealth bombers are the reason we can be $37 trillion in debt.
true.
You know what a great foreign policy would, Horatio, you know what a great foreign policy for the UK would be? Stop letting in hundreds of thousands of Muslims taking over your country. Keep your country English.
Do you want to have them instead? We can give them to you if you want.
Send them back wherever you got.
We already have Somaliland in Minnesota. Believe me, we want to denaturalize these people and kick them the fuck out of America. They never should have been brought in the first place.
you guys. How the hell is it not nice? Because you got fired and left. Yeah, 12 years wasn't long enough. This is somebody who had an empire upon which the sun never set. Now you're sitting there and you can't pay your bills and you're telling us about Afghanistan. Oh, no, it's sucks, right? This is friggin' pathetic. Should have been born 100 years ago.
I think we should institute a travel ban and let no English, British, UK person come into this country ever again.
I think they should. If they speak English, they belong to America. Oh, yeah, please. I've been trying to say this for years.
Well, when Prince Andrew gets exposed in the Epstein release, are you going to still kiss his ring? Are you still going to kiss your king's ring when you find out they're pedophiles?
I don't like him much, actually.
Well, that Prince Andrew is guilty as all hell. He committed all types of criminal sex acts against minors. Guess what? Maybe you should behead him and put him in jail and exact some capital punishment.
We had the chance and they just let him off. Do you have the death penalty in the UK? You do? No, it reads from the gallows. We hanging people. Okay, well, there you go. You can start by hanging him, right? Yeah, why not? It'd be fun to watch. Very expensive to go to fun see. People would vote to have it pulled back. I think that's a statistic.
Listen, today's a great day for America. USAID is no longer in power, and that has been exposed to be a criminal organization dedicated to the destruction of America. Day by day, we are slowly liberating America from the deep state and criminal Democrat, Marxist, communist terrorists.
What's it done to change your life?
What has it done to change my life?
Yeah, now there's no more USAID.
You see, we're Americans, Horatio. We believe in liberty and the maximization of liberty. This is maximizing our liberty and freedom from people like you and the scum and villainy that have ruined America. You think Stacey Abrams and her $2 billion for her climate change nonprofit, you think she's not going to get arrested? They're taking that money back.
Wow, small steps, John. This guy sounds like Mother Goose.
Trust me, when these Democrats find out what's in that Epstein file and they see Bill Gates and Bill Clinton and their beloved Democrats, this is going to hit them in the face like a sledgehammer.
That's just the bees. It's got to be bad on both sides, right? Or else it would have come out. Is that the theory?
Oh, really? Who controls the information release? Look out, Democrats.
I thought it was Republicans in charge.
I know you.
Stop talking about it. There is no Epstein file.
There's this new scandal that's going to surface, or story about the scandal, where Penthouse magazine, some of you may remember who the founder is, and these Penthouse pets were funneled into the Epstein, onto Epstein Island, if you will, and and different celebrity figures were matched with different penthouse pets.
Are you saying Bob Guccione was involved in espionage? And Hugh Hefner might have been involved in espionage?
No, not Hugh Hefner. Not Hugh Hefner.
What are you talking about? Hugh Hefner's widely claimed to be involved in espionage.
Well, that may be, but...
The Grotto was a blackmailing operation.
No, Hustler is Larry. That's Hustler, the guy in the wheelchair. Fantastic. The Gooch, Bob Guccione.
Isn't those would be 18 and over though, no?
Yeah, I'm just bullshitting. The thing is that Norman, you ever see the most recent documentary on Bob and Penthouse? It was really fascinating, actually. No, but I knew those guys, and I'd love to see the documentary.
He died in 2010, FYI.
So he was based in New York City eventually, right? Like, what's up, Al? No, he was based in New York for most of the time. Okay. Of his fame, yeah. Oh, right. He had one of the biggest mansions in the city. It was quite impressive. No, Penthouse. Yeah. And his son created Spin Magazine for whom I did some work. I did my friends. Bob Jr. It was a rival to Rolling Stone, Spin Magazine. The great days of magazines. And he made that film, Caligula, which was... Yes. And it kind of turned out to be a bit of a flop, right? But wasn't it very interesting? It was a horrendous flop. Yeah, it was like a mainstream historical study of the famous emperor, the eponymous emperor, with lots of porno. And featuring, what's his name from Clockwork Orange? Malcolm McDowell, yeah.
It says here that Guccione sunk 10% of his fortune, which was estimated at $4 billion, into a compact tokamak, which was fusion technology. So he got suckered into investing into fake energy.
It's amazing how many smart rich people get suckered into weird stuff like that. Elizabeth Holmes blood testing machine. All of these older,
Elizabeth Holmes, that is a great idea.
It's a great idea that didn't work, and so they lost all their money, and she went to
It's crazy how much they invested in something.
It wasn't really. It was a scam, is what it was. And I went to who were some of the people who invested? Remember a former Secretary of State, George. I remember former Secretary. Yeah, former Secretary of State, George Shultz.
There was a whole slew of A-list celebrities that were invested in that shenanigans.
Older guys, people from government. Yeah, she talked to. She was the first big startup woman, to go really large, and then it was all a scam. And she's in prison. And it's important that she had children. She had babies, right? Because she was trying to defer her prison sentence, which is really kind of evil, but that's kind of interesting. I think she did have a couple of kids. And the guy that she was partners with, this Indian guy, he went out and raised some more money just recently.
Do you know what the biggest financial scam of all time in recent history is? Anybody?
Madoff. Bitcoin.
You guys all lived through the experience, yet you don't even know it was the biggest financial fraud and scam ever perpetrated upon the American people, creating $10 trillion plus in debt. It's called COVID-19 and the vaccine response, fellow Americans. Wake up.
That's not a fraud. It's just an expensive overreaction.
Wasn't a fraud? Can we see Fauci's fucking documents? Can we get that released? Can Kesh Patel maybe show us what he confiscated from Fauci?
I could actually vaccine dollars inside. Interesting.
Bill Gates made $100 billion off that trade.
What did he trade?
He created one of the largest vaccine response corporations out of thin air. Boom. Fucking $100 billion market cap out of nothing.
Well, we haven't had COVID twins yet.
Biosphere or some weird name. I can't remember off the top of my head.
Yeah, I'm not sure you're understanding exactly what happened, but I don't know the particulars. But we made a company, and it went from 0 to 100 million.
100 billion. Let me get the name for you.
Sounds like he's doing something, right?
Yeah, he's creating fucking bullshit out of thin air. He creates software virus, creates the fix. He creates a vaccine virus, creates a fix of that. That is the most corrupt motherfucker in this country.
As you unravel the secret mystery of COVID, it strikes me that as society gets more complicated and we get more elaborate threats and technologies developed, like COVID, right? We had a plague. We've had plagues before, and plagues can be devastating. So we reacted very quickly with like all of our tools, the finances, the information, by which I mean like media companies. We also had the travel. We had borders. We had states. We had cops. We had laws. We had new pharmaceuticals, right? So we had all of these things setting up, and that's extremely complex, very complicated, and we do it very quickly and efficiently in order to respond to a crisis. But then what is the natural consequence? Because of all that speed and complexity, the specter of conspiracy, when you have complexity that by design people do not understand the entire, like, I don't know how to make a vaccine. I don't know how they decide whether to report on this plague or that plague, like the plane crashes or whatever.
Got it. We don't live in Egypt anymore. Listen, BioNTech in 2021, the market cap was 100 billion. Now it's at 26.65 billion. But this is all controlled by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. You don't happen to work for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, do you?
I'm saying conspiracy theories are a natural byproduct of the complexity and development of society.
Yeah, we get your definition of a conspiracy theory, but if you're too stupid to realize that COVID-19 and the vaccine response was not one giant fucking fraud perpetrated upon humanity in America, you really are stupid. I hate to break it to you.
But when you say one giant fraud, that seems to me like you're referring to one particular person or conspiracy of people that have agreed on a particular motive for this lie.
There's key players in it, and there's a lot of groupthink that happened.
I'm simply asking,
Dr. Bill Gates, Fauci, World Health Organization, Chinese people, a whole cabal of asshole cocksuckers devoted to making money in big pharma.
Misrepresentation is what?
Like I said, I think it's the complexity which went into it, and what was quite harmonious about it was something quite unified and simple came out, which could have almost been something which somebody dreamed up.
Everybody go get your vaccine shot, double vax, triple boosted. It's the protocol. Do as you're told, sheeple. It'll make you healthy and protect you. We can't go back to work until you all get vaccinated and we stop the spread. Wake the fuck up, McZed. You're like a child.
What do you think of the spiritual community and scandal, and the people who have been complicit in the scandals in different communities within spiritual sectors?
Yeah, I think a lot of gurus and self-proclaimed prophets ultimately become, sexual deviants, or were already previously predators. I know you love talking about narcissism. So let's just say that a lot of spiritual leaders and gurus are very big narcissists and sexual predators.
I agree, but I wanted your take on anyone in particular. Like some of them, these gurupreneurs, some of them, most of the men have always, kind of succumbed to scandal, right?
Yeah.
Most of the spiritual leaders who are men.
I mean, Mahatma Gandhi to, Rabbi Shlomo Carlebach. I mean, everybody gets accused in the end of supposedly being a sexual deviant.
Bad personality traits, I mean, dark sexual.
I mean, is the story any different for our great prophet Muhammad, the pedophile?
Oh, hey guys, I have a question. I don't want to be upset in any way. I'm kind of not surprised, but okay. You're not surprised by what? That question's upset him. I'm not upset, yeah. Okay, so the question I have, if I can ask, is if Donald Trump were caught in 4K having sex with, like, a 4-foot tall child? Would his supporters care? Why does it have to be 4 feet?
Yeah, what is his height matter?
It's you just say it like you don't have a things. The fuck's wrong with you? Was that a real question? What was that? I don't know. Well, so my a child
Like, he was very upset.
wanted to take it. I wanted to change it. So when did as an established moderate, I'm confused about, was there uproar about Trump's health prognosis? When did he have varicose veins? What was going on with it today? I heard there was something not terribly
He's
serious.
got a bruised hand and fat ankles. Allenson just came out and said they rushed their product to market because the people wanted it. It wasn't even thoroughly tested. None of this shit was tested. And the fact that I could ask, what is the biggest scam in recent history? And no one here can even identify COVID-19 and the vaccine response as being one of the biggest financial crimes ever in human history. Do you even remember the HEROES Act, that first $1 trillion tranche of that omnibus? So everybody could sit at home while the nurses and the doctors did all the heavy lifting and cooked everybody in incubators?
You're playing, you're just reasserting it over and over.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about COVID. I actually like, it's a good picture of you. I don't like the Trump hat, but it's a really good note that you got caught in so many fucking lies. You fake ass doctor. You're a veterinarian.
He's a zoologist, KP.
You're a fucking veterinarian. You got caught in so many fucking lies during those years. Oh, you don't know who the fuck you talking to right now.
We don't have to talk about COVID, but going back to the Epstein release.
I think we're talking to the janitor. Yeah, you know what? There's a cleanup on aisle 3. Fucking bone cluster and that goddamn dog shit. Clean out goddamn Tinos.
We could ramble till 4:20 in the morning, but
You the fuck are.
I guarantee you that no revelations. It will all be nothing cheeseburgers, whether it's the Epstein release or COVID information. Nothing will ever come out. That's the reality.
Oh, your ass is going down, man. I'm about to go off that. Hey, veterinarian, you wouldn't sit here and say you were this medical doctor. You're a motherfucking vet. Hey, no, but where's he talking? But I don't even know what you're talking about. Yeah, hold on a second. He Dr. Jordan something out. He's talking on his mouth handle. That was strange. That was the king out of nowhere. Dr. Jordan, you're a veterinarian doctor, not anything related to the COVID vaccine. No, I have a PhD. I'm not a veterinarian. I was in vet school, but I have a PhD. But I did teach infectious disease stuff. But I'm not even in that space anymore. Did you do any gain of function research? You're a lying bastard. You went on this app and told me that you was a miracle doctor, and we called your ass out to find out you was like, fuck, I never said that fuck you did. Now I'm starting to get pissed off. You were sticking your fucking fingers up a dog's ass.
Yo, take it easy, Dr. Jordan. Yeah, don't get angry. This is normally called the liquor store, so take it easy, Dr. J.
And when Jazzy came out, he even caught your ass on a second platform. You got caught.
Listen, if you're gonna make Jazzy incredible, no way.
And guess what? Oh yeah. I would normally get upset, but I'm so fucking confused. I don't know. This is William Nightfall is live from the barbershop giving the update.
He's behind the cash register.
Your hands in the cookie jar again.
So,
Well, first of all, I'll respond to this in one way, though. The veterinary science and veterinary medical community is more poised to talk about infectious diseases than most physicians, so that's one thing. But I never claimed to be a medical doctor or a veterinarian, so. Yes, you did, you asshole. I do remember you advancing the COVID narrative. Well, I did, but, you know, I did that thing.
Yeah, but you do realize that the COVID-19 experience was like a high school popularity contest for people on this app who consider themselves intellectuals or well-educated, people that deal with medicine. I mean, it's Dr. Copeland. There's countless examples of just charlatans on here speaking nonstop and spreading their bullshit, what they regurgitated from MSNBC and whatever fucking forums they look at. It's a world of bullshit.
What I think happened is that there were certainly there were certainly physicians who have huge egos that for the first time in their careers, the God complex got the best of them. And because most Americans were not terribly impressed with physicians to begin with, but then when COVID hit, they somehow became saviors, and they were so egotistical and arrogant. There was that one woman, what's her name, the Indian gal, Dr. Priya. Oh yeah, Dr. Priya. Oh my lord. If there was a personality, I mean, she wasn't an attractive specimen, but her personality sucked too. I mean, it's just hard to believe you could have immutable characteristics that were painful to look at, and then, have such a fucking terrible personality. And almost infectious. Yeah, you're almost infectious.
I mean, does anybody here? How can anyone here not think that? How can anyone here not think?
So some people had an incentive they were being paid to peddle the narrative on this app. I was always curious, were you ever paid?
No, because I've been out of the field a long time. But I did work with ivermectin a lot with AIDS, but I'm completely out of the field. In fact, I once got accused, in regard to the animal field, I once got accused of writing articles on behalf of SeaWorld to challenge the narrative that came out of that Blackfish documentary. And people were saying that I was paid to sit on boards and write articles for SeaWorld. And I wish that was the case. I didn't get paid a goddamn cent. I was just, supportive of some of my colleagues and passionate about the work I was doing.
Yeah, Dr. Copeland. Dr. Copeland was a special kind of asshole. Mr. Right-Minded was witness to a time I was in his room and he was advocating for 13-year-old boys to be, if they came out as gay, that they should be groomed, what he called advised, but counseled by adult gay men how to properly prepare their anus so that they don't have anal tearing when they have anal sex.
Who said that? Greek.
This was Dr. Eugene Copeland.
Are you serious, Alan?
I am dead serious because
it's true.
I was there. I'm a volunteer. Oh, Matt, were you there?
Yeah, remember Beaver and I were there. We couldn't believe what we were hearing.
Yeah, I know. And yeah, Mr. Right-Minded was there. See, I'm like, he's asking me these questions like, well, what would you do if your son came out as gay? And how are you going to counsel him? And I was like, well, if he actually did, well, then it's something we would explore together because I love my son, etc. The normal answer. And he was like, yeah, but how are you going to counsel him for anal sex? So literally, I mean, it was, and I couldn't believe it either. It was, it's nothing short of pedophilia. So anytime I hear his name, I bring up that story. I'm done.
And I would tell you, veterinarian, it was right around the same time a few years ago. You just got caught in smoke because you spoke too much about COVID-20, whatever the fuck it was. And that asshole of Copeland was speaking. You got caught up in the smoke.
And now the
challenge and disagree with him. When I sat down and wrote out every single thing and sent it, they would never give me a right email address. Nothing.
How could you have any respect for that guy?
Yeah, I know he was full of shit.
Yeah, the driver. Here's one of the things that I realized after being on Clubhouse. There are people who know how to argue, and they've learned that tactic very well. And they have a certain amount of intelligence. That doesn't make them smart. It makes them look smart, but it doesn't make them smart. So one of his, like, if you went on to his stages, one of his tactics was you might be expressing an opinion about the vaccine or something else, and he would come up with this random scientific question, and if you didn't answer it, well, then you weren't qualified to even talk about vaccines or anything else. And then that's how he would shut down dissent. It was a diversionary tactic.
And he was very more articulate than I am because I just got upset with everything. And when I told him, let's look at x-rays, what's going on? He would never talk about anything. How are you going to treat it? Are we going to flip? What are we going to do? Rotate? He can never understand anything. I said, this motherfucker's not a doctor. I'm just reckless like that. I said, you're a fucking liar. And that's how he got exposed.
Hold on real quick. Look, I want to challenge the idea that Dr. Copeland was intelligent, and I want to challenge the entire medical community that bought into this bullshit that they were intelligent. They were intellectually dishonest. You have to admit that they were, completely blocked out the idea that the vaccine could have any side effects and that people were going through any type of problems. So when people would talk publicly about this, they would be shamed and ridiculed. And that's the fire here. Oh yeah, all the way to the point where they got kicked out of their spaces or even lost their access to education or were fired from their jobs. Yeah, so look, these were not smart people. And we have oftentimes this belief that because someone can study a book and have this great memory, that they are quote unquote smart, right? But they lack wisdom. And when you lack wisdom, you're not intelligent. Why me that has no idea about medical practices? It's one area that I am not good at all. But I could see the larger picture of what a scam this was because of my wisdom that I had. It needs to be old. Well, I'm going to tell you, he was not an intelligent person. Well, he was intellectually dishonest.
If you guys may disagree with me, I think that I had more of a problem with the people who had huge egos. Now, you may say he had a big ego. I don't think he had as much of an ego as some of the other people. I could be wrong. That's my
But how would you rate him on the psychotic index? He was an extremely deranged, psychopathic, low IQ, horrible, toxic communicator. That guy was a human piece of shit. And you don't see him here anymore, do you? And in one room, he even admitted he's not a doctor. That guy's a fucking front. No back-end identity, nothing. It was all a fucking scam from this app to your other doctor's office to the Pfizer manufacturer. It's all one giant fucking bullshit. Fucking scam. And that guy, Dr. Copeland, is a human piece of shit.
And driver, I would tell you, once those girls got fired, nurses and doctors had PC. I pulled them on this app. That's how this ass got exposed.
Well, it's good as I'm glad you did it.
Yeah, right. I said, this is bullshit. We work side by side together. You don't know what the fuck is a front line is. And he couldn't answer anything.
But you're aware, once he got ran off from this app, he took his bullshit to Twitter Spaces and continued to peddle it over there. And if we had anyone on the inside, there was something he was doing. He was either getting pussy or getting money out of putting on this act.
He's gay.
Now, is he still on?
I haven't seen him in a good year and a half to 2 years, but after he was ran off this app, he kept doing it over on Spaces.
There was another doctor on here, a female African American. I can't remember her name. Anybody remember her?
Oh, she's a liar too. She got ran off.
Yeah. Well,
and
here's the biggest threat. Well, not tragedy, the scam of it all, is there isn't a vaccine or a medication ever made that doesn't have side effects. So for anyone to advocate that you should take some form of a treatment is medical malpractice.
Some people are too stupid to be told the truth and the nuance, aren't they?
Yeah, but
don't give people the full picture because otherwise they'll make the wrong decision.
Al's just stating common sense.
But see, here.
You only offer, you don't tell us what to do anything. Just offer.
Here's the crux of it all. No matter what medication you are going to take, only your primary care physician or personal doctor knows your medical history. And without a medical history, no doctor is going to prescribe anything.
How the fuck do you prescribe the same medication to everybody, first of all? How stupid have we become?
Yeah, I know. Well, of course. I won't get into that, John.
Antibodies, they spread spike proteins to the whole population, destroying our genetics, you little nitwit.
Let me put it this way. Even Tylenol was taken by millions of people, every day for decades and decades. Generally speaking, we know Tylenol is safe, right? However, and generally speaking, you can go to a store, buy Tylenol, you're going to be fine. But anything beyond that, there are still people who can't take Tylenol. That's why you have to go to your doctor. Your doctor takes a medical history and does a workup, etc., etc.
Yeah, but it depends what the risk is, though, Alan. I mean, if it's if it's struck by lightning, then you really don't need to bother with the whole.
It depends what the risk is. You think putting a gun to everybody's head and pulling the fucking trigger is a good antidote, you fucking little tot.
That was significant calculation. That was actually a significant risk.
I have a question then for the people that are saying this. So what I'm hearing from this conversation is that any sort of medical advice should be between the individual based on individual circumstances and their medical provider, not the politicians.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay, so for example, like reproductive health care should be similar.
Oh, kill all the babies.
We can have this. I would love to talk about how Victoria likes to murder babies.
I'll go down that. But
I don't think that there is a rabbit hole here. I think it's just a matter of just it's a matter of actual just like thinking about, do politicians have the capability, the expertise, or the ability to...
Victoria, you have to yield. We can have this conversation, but we're going to reset it. I just want to remind everyone that Dr. Copeland was a chiropractor, holding himself out on this app as a real doctor. So Victoria, I want to ask you, how many babies have you murdered?
0. I've helped more children than...
Listen, 100,000 babies. 100,000 babies a month get murdered in this country, and we, the taxpayers, spend $1 billion murdering 100,000 of our own children in the United States of America. It's a sick, sick world. You can call it reproductive health all you want. It's murder.
Even for funding that
Horatio, what they have found that the government actually could have gotten more people to take the vaccine if they had simply asked, instead of telling people. If they had said, look, we've developed this vaccine, we think this is our best option for now. Go to your doctor, discuss it with your healthcare provider, and then if you and he feel this is a good option for you, please take it, because we have a pandemic here, we have an epidemic. They would have gotten more people. I didn't tell people they couldn't have it.
A lot of people wanted the vaccine that couldn't. So there were a ton of people that couldn't get on the list to get the vaccine that wanted.
Still sitting here in my garage. Since I was 17 fucking years old, had to do a Korean massage and lost her. Okay? Don't talk to me about anything. I was seeing you motherfucking scrubs.
I want to address Victoria's question regarding coercion. So, okay. Look, Victoria, the question would be, is that's fine if the decision is made between the woman and the doctor, as long as the doctor has to answer for the Fourth Amendment rights of the child. It has to.
Okay, that's absolutely ridiculous. But okay, I'm going back to more recently in the discussion, Alan raised the idea about the vaccines. I don't think your thought is worthwhile. It's not worth listening to. Okay, I'll drop myself.
Yeah, obviously you can't have the tough conversation.
I don't think you want to on the stage. That's why you're all just a bunch of big hoarding yourself.
That you don't think that the child should be afforded their right to due process.
There isn't a child. It is not a child.
It's a child.
No, it is not. That is okay. I think that you're just misunderstanding. But going back to Alan's point regarding the vaccine, most people wanted the vaccine and couldn't get it.
Victoria, we're going to have this conversation. So look, do you believe the child should be afforded their due process before they are murdered?
Oh, do you believe that the immigrants that are being illegally just thrown into...
Can you stay on this conversation?
No, it's that's literally a person. That's a human that exists.
Due process before they are murdered.
Okay, you're inconsistent in your principles, and that's what I'm pointing out. Literally, you're shifting your positions regarding whatever topic we're talking about. If you don't have a principled position, then you have nothing to offer.
Okay, Joe, you can answer this simple question, that the child should be afforded due process before you and your doctor murder them. That's it.
Yeah, but
You're talking about literally cells that haven't formed yet.
Talking about future persons, as according to an ACLU class action that was just filed in regards about a week and a half ago, that the ACLU argued that any future persons that were to be born here in America should have the right to be a citizen. Now that we understand that future persons, that precedent has been set in federal court, and that federal judge, did create a class for future persons. That means now today the federal court system recognizes future persons as an actual group that can be afforded some due process. Do you now go against the idea that future persons are not real people? Because that would go against what you're arguing, and also the ACL is arguing about their right or their citizenship.
by the time the process started, they would be formed and it would be too late to actually lose.
Yes, exactly. That's the point. Literally, like, if you try to put these sort of medical procedures that are very time sensitive through our process right now, which is incredibly litigious, there is no resolution. Even under Roe, like the case that was brought forward, she had to, like, this is the point. Like, these are time sensitive cases.
Victoria, let's for the moment, let's put aside the topic pregnancies, molar pregnancies.
Oh, that would be great. Except the problem is it's not being defined by those state legislators as cleanly as you're trying to. You're trying to set aside these exceptions, and those exceptions are not being adhered to. And that's literally what's happening now.
I'm in the middle of talking.
Well, your talking isn't really that helpful or informative.
Trust me, I know how to handle a woman. So I am speaking. Now, we're putting those aside. Assuming that it is a healthy pregnancy. All I'm talking about, and the only word I'm using, is the word pregnancy. Now, a normal pregnancy that will come to term. What is the medical necessity? Is there any medical necessity to terminate that pregnancy? And by medical necessity, what that means is, under the doctrine of do no harm, if you go into a doctor and say, I'm sick of having 2 kidneys, I only want one. I want you to remove it so I only have one, and I don't want you to donate it. The doctor is, by law, prohibited from removing that kidney because there's no medical necessity.
It doesn't do any harm, does it?
Yeah, correct. So, under that definition of medical necessity, what is the medical necessity for terminating a pregnancy? Exclusive of ectopic pregnancies, molar pregnancies, any pregnancies where the fetus, where it will, even if it comes to term, the baby won't, the pregnancy.
Alan, you're not going to be able to convince Victoria, and she's not even on stage.
What is the medical necessity?
Inconvenience.
No, Horatio, it's not inconvenience.
Could they be torn sick?
There is no medical necessity.
There have literally been women that have died recently because of sepsis. Like, in Georgia, there was a case. There have been several cases of women that sepsis. They couldn't abort a child in their body. The reason is that the laws are confusing. Right now, you're expecting there to be some sort of sense in the laws that exist. But the legislators went to trigger laws that existed before medical science had advanced. And so we have laws on the books in several states that are so mind-blowingly hard.
Victoria, you're like a crisis actress, you know that? It's like you're nothing but a crisis actress the way you talk about killing children, Victoria. Babies,
word acknowledge. Do you know what the fuck the word acknowledge?
But you're not acknowledging anything that I'm saying.
3 or 4 cases.
I don't think that you understand basic civics or how the country works or how legislators work. I feel sorry for the man that calls himself a future congressman who doesn't even know how civics work.
We gotta have one mic. Let's let Victoria finish.
Okay.
Victoria.
The trigger laws that went into place in many states after Roe v. Wade was overturned were archaic. We had some state legislators citing information or basically law that was in place before women even had the right to vote, before women female anatomy had really been scrutinized by doctors. For a very long time in our medical history, women were not examined properly. Why? Because the vast majority of doctors, medical researchers and scientists were men. And there was a lot of concern about scrutinizing too heavily the female body or anatomy. So what we had in place is a system of trigger laws that were very, very far behind medical science and understanding of what reproductive health care looks like, or the very distinct different situations that a woman can face in pregnancy. And that can be very different in any amount of the term of pregnancy. So even the idea of term limits, like when can you have something or when shouldn't you, or should there be exceptions, it's nonsensical. If you know how our justice system is so slow in terms of working, the idea of a pregnancy only lasts up to 9. Sorry, can I finish? A pregnancy only lasts up to.
You're on stream right now. You're just going on and on. So.
No, I'm trying I'll wrap it up.
You're pancaked. You're putting point on point after point. So I'd like to respond because I understand how the justice system works. The doctor, if they have to go through some sort of medical procedure to save the woman's life, they can prove after the fact that it's already occurred. If they're doing it legally and they're doing it right, they should have the documentation and the evidence to be able to prove it in court why they had to do this emergency procedure. Oftentimes, our court system does not ask people for permission ahead of time. It asks after the facts have already occurred. So making it out that we can't afford the child due process after the fact of the medical procedure already occurring is ludicrous. It can occur, and we should hold doctors accountable, especially after COVID and what we've dealt with, because these people are
There are cases in which doctors have been fined or charged.
They're finding thousands of babies below abortion doctors' homes and in their cellars and buried in their backyard. Backed by these death cultists. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah, you didn't answer my question. You brought up the sepsis. I said a normal pregnancy. And most pregnancies are normal. Now, that depends on age, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. But I said, what is the medical justification for terminating a normal pregnancy? There is none.
Can I ask you this? What is the chances?
Yeah.
What is the point that you're trying to make? Maybe just make that clear.
The point is, there is no medical justification. First of all, there's no medical justification for terminating a normal pregnancy because most abortions are elective.
You're using the term normal. You're using the term normal as if there is a normal pregnancy. That's defined. But that's the point that I was trying to raise, is that all pregnancies
pregnancy will, even without the vitamins and the monthly checks, the pregnancy starts and conception 9.5 months later, little Johnny is born.
Yeah,
The only justification is I'm not in the mood. I is not in the mood.
That's literally, like, you're really,
That's all
I don't know where you're educated.
Abortions are elective.
I already got this real quick. I'm about to put her in a box. What is
I don't need
sepsis?
to be in the box because I actually just need to.
What is sepsis?
You don't know what sepsis is? It's literally
No,
where
you
your
tell us.
it's where your internal organs are starting to
Okay.
become. Sorry?
Give all the rates and numbers if you want to know anything.
No. This isn't about the rates and numbers. This is what
You just making up bullshit.
Listen, Victoria, you gotta remember Dr. Ulrich Klopfer in 2019, they found 2,246 dead babies in his garage and an additional 165 dead babies in his trunk. Now you're telling me that this has to be something that is legal in our country. This is on a whole nother level of serial murder, serial killing. Victoria, how can you actually advocate to protect this heinous act?
Do you understand that when Roe
You can just give yourself the first name.
Christian rape purported to be was to save the lives of babies, right? That was the purported aim. That was the goal. So what I'm just trying to say is, okay, I'm not familiar with that specific case. What I'm referring to is.
You don't know who Dr. Ulrich Klopfer is? This was just in 2019. It was before Roe v. Wade was overturned. Okay, this is an abortion doctor that was found with thousands of dead babies buried in his garage and in the trunk of his car. Victoria, I can't believe you haven't heard anything about this. Do you advocate for the selling of baby parts?
2019, I was focused on international things and wasn't really focused on
The subject doesn't ignore what the topic's about here. So look, do you advocate for the selling of baby parts? Because that's what's going on. Medical research is being done. After they harvest the child out of the mother's womb, they sell the baby parts for scientific research. Are you advocating for it?
No, but I am very familiar with the ability of a person to donate their body.
This is progress. This is medical health progress.
This isn't a fluid, life feminist in the wild right now.
So what was the remember there was a couple cases back in the day when you donated your body to science. And that place was sitting there testing how to blow grenades with your ass. Fucking wild.
There had been some cases of that where there had been
you don't know shit, young lady.
No, I know what that I've seen the investigative journalism piece on that.
Tell me what case.
I don't know it offhand, but I know what you're referring to.
Have you ever seen an abortion?
Yes.
Oh, okay. You know how to do it. Have a score.
What I am trying to
So you never a baby in your life.
what I am trying to share
No shit.
yeah, I don't think you know.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I think you're thinking that because you sound more masculine, that you apparently come off as more authoritative. But unfortunately,
I'm good at what I do, baby. I'm good at what I do.
you're not great. I'm sorry.
Most people do that dogs. That's not even a bad thing with dogs.
If you were really that great, you wouldn't just be with a bunch of hot ass fools like Matt Cool and Pepe and Joe. Sorry.
know what else, Joe? You know what else, Joe? The left is arguing that we need to let the immigrants in because one of them might be a future doctor, might be a brain surgeon, or cure cancer. That's what it is.
Finally, you guys know who that was, right?
Who was it?
That's a complete lunatic. That's the one, you guys are from the Telegram.
I know she's crazy.
That's the dark Victorian chick that's always been completely
She's
out.
been on here for years as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised you guys don't know her.
Yeah, I know her.
This is her big topic. She loves talking about abortion.
Abortion was the number one thing about during the election. That's all she talked about, by the way. So,
She's more than welcome if she wanted to be laid side by side. I would have her in the ER, whatever you want to call it.
I agree. You gotta talk all night long about this guy. She's the one in, you guys don't know, but Gary, who does the critical thinking for Clubhouse, does a Facebook chat, and she spends all day harassing Abby in the Facebook chat. So we always hear about it in the Telegram channel about Dark Victoria. That's the one. And she missed her chance to confront her here. She's been going at it with her for weeks now. It's horrible.
It's a big business, and when I did research on this, but we do spend $1 billion a month funding abortion doctors in this country, and we do kill 100,000 children a month in this country. We should be issuing liberty checks to these mothers. Here's $10,000. Don't murder another American. Go live your best life. That's what we need to do. We are funding murder.
Yeah, spot on. This is the most heinous act. I mean, this tops code. This is the most heinous act in our generation. It is at the level of chattel slavery. Like, this is our generation.
Literally shipping containers full of oil barrels filled with dead babies. I saw that article. It is, and you're right, it is serial murder. It's absolutely insane, but you can get away with it when you got that white jacket and you got the legal certification and you can buy the indemnity insurance. It's fucking medical industrial complex, industrial murder, and it is so sick. It's unfucking real.
You have to look at the global numbers. There's nothing that kills humans more than abortion. 72 million babies are murdered every wars that we've been involved in combined. Like, this is, the most heinous act you could ever imagine.
Natural or culling, because even packs of wolves and these animals, it's so animalistic to just do this. But the problem is these Da Vinci machines and these facilities and the marketing programs and the donations and the political influence, like, it has become its own little state in this country. And you're talking global numbers. In China with 2.8 billion people or 2.5 billion people, even the suicide rates would blow your fucking mind. But the fact that people do this to beautiful, innocent little babies and young, it's just you can't wrap your head around it. But in America, the fact that women like Victoria are that brainwashed and call it reproductive health, they're just political psychopaths.
People are down on the medical profession. But when you look at the doctors' training, and not all medical schools are the same. I've spoken about this before, but PBS 30, 40 years ago had a documentary about medical students. And at this particular school, it was Yale or something else, each student is given a cadaver. By the end of that first year or second year, they completely dissect that cadaver. And in this one clip, which grossed me out, the guy is talking to the camera, holding some woman's, dead woman's, it's from her calf down to her foot, holding it by the calf, and speaking normally while gesturing with his hand, holding this calf. The only difference between a doctor and a serial killer is their code of ethics. That they believe that they
someone might have diabetes and they got to cut off their foot. But if they don't cut off their foot, then they're going to have medical complications. The person's going to die. Would you want to cut off somebody's foot? I don't. But that's the rationale doctors uses to wrap. Now, there's a reason for this. John, to wrap your head around it, these doctors believe that they are doing good. That's what they think. They're misguided, they're sadistic, but they believe they're doing good. So when you get someone like children, they actually believe they're doing good. Well, I won't say all of them, because I think some of them, they actually are sadistic and serial killers, and they take pleasure in knowing that, yeah, I'm going to cut off someone.
We have an ethics committee. We have to have ethics meetings every month. I like those.
You know, on YouTube, they have medical misinformation policies.
When you sit here in these ORs, you have to go do a surgery. You would see some of the heinous shit. Like, well, we're just gonna do this and say, why? Why? Because what?
Got to click that COVID-19 bonus.
Well, that was $13,000 or $30,000 your ass is on the bank, plus X-rays and everything else. They would charge you as a U.S. citizen because these people don't have insurance. So it goes back to the taxpayers. And there's been cases I'm like, hell no, we're not doing this. No, we're not doing surgery. No. It's fucked up, the shit I have to see every day, and I'm sorry to waste on you guys.
If there was ever a real revolution in this country, instead of gutting national defense, we should just cut Medicare, Medicaid. I mean, that's the biggest line item. And we should keep Social Security and keep the Army. But this Medicare, Medicaid, and how much we fund it, $2 trillion plus a year, and there's $100 billion a year in fraud. Over 25 years, that's $2.5 trillion in fraud from operators, from providers. It's the biggest racket ever in human history, the medical industrial complex and big pharma.
At least we get some military protecting us from getting invaded and scaring the shit out of the rest of the world. I mean, $2 trillion that gets wasted, you know, not all it's wasted, but a lot of it is the largest fraud cases. They're called Ketam lawsuits. The largest Ketam lawsuits are hospitals charging the federal government patients that do not exist.
Yeah, it's cram billing, essentially.
I can't believe in this day and age they're able to get away with that. A non-existent person getting doing it that way. That's how that's going. What's going on around here?
So the ones we know of, it's the ones we don't know of that they get away with, but the ones we know of, they had, you know, were caught doing that.
But there's a whole slew of them that we don't know of that's obviously benefiting. And how much was the total on the fraud on that?
Oh, no, there's multiple cases left, but I'll get you a top 10 list.
I mean, that's the thing. Doge came in handy. Like, I think tonight they just passed $9 billion in rescission. That bill passed to codify basically Doge cuts. So I know it seems like a little bit of money compared to whatever the $30 trillion we owe. But you got to start somewhere, and
if they can go after the fraud, like they were just talking about, and like hammer at that with this Medicare shit, you know, the stuff starts to add up, man. Like, we gotta do something. It's fucking crazy. I'm gonna be broke. I mean, that's. Is that KG?
Yes.
Yeah, you're on. Yeah.
I was with from my position during COVID because I exposed that $13,000 just to diagnose you have COVID. $30,000 to put you on a ventilator. So that's already 46. And every single day, that is an extra, I think it was $8,000. They kicked my ass right out that hospital. I said, this is bullshit. And I had to go all the way up to the OCFOs and say, no, this is not treating. This is wrong. You were leaving duty, and 2 weeks later, got a mail, gave my final check, said, here you go.
That's excellent.
I'm going to do that.
You're doing the right thing. Yeah. Okay, I got the list for you. So, number one would be the HCA, Columbia HCA, $840 million in 2000. Unlawful billing practices, upcoding, billing for non-reimbursable costs, purchasing home health agencies to inflate costs, tenant health care, $900 million in 2006, HCA, $631 million in 2003, St. Barnabas Healthcare, $265 million in 2006, Oroville Hospital, $10.25 million in 2024, Harris County Hospital District, $15.5 million. So this goes on. Cape Cod, $24.4 million in 2024. Extendicare Health Services, $10 million. And these are just, you know, these are the things that were found to be illegal. This isn't just waste. This is just straight fraudulent billing that they're billing the federal government.
Yo, I'm gonna help you out here. Go look up tenant where the motherfuckers are located at.
If we're spending $2 trillion a year that we don't have, we're collecting $5 trillion a year. If we were to drop spending by say $4 trillion and bring us down to literally $3 trillion a year in spending, if we were able to save that $4 trillion a year and with $37 trillion in debt, just do the division. It's possible to turn this around, but we literally have to cut spending by like $4 trillion a year, $3 trillion a year, and we're never going to do it. So we live in a state of deception, fraud, and mismanagement. They will never cut spending. Congress and the Federal Reserve are out to essentially just keep spending. They're never going to stop. Have you seen the charts? And you can go to Grok and ask estimates. What's the national debt and the unfunded debt going to be in 2030, 2035? It's all linear. And that's the way this fiat currency banking industrial cartel runs the show.
But shoot up to the show, you mentioned tenant. They prey on inner cities. Fucking weird.
Are you actually Planned Parenthood?
Folks, I'm done.
Yeah, no, it's like there should be as much of a backlash as there is on health insurance, which there should be a massive one. There should also be one against the healthcare providers too, for how this shit works out, bro. Like, I don't know, I could go on and on about this stuff. I'll pass the mic. By the way, these folks that actually pulled this off, is this like a cabal, or is it actually really individuals that are doing this fraudulent behavior? That's a lot of money to be just. I mean, I guess I'm trying to wrap my head around. They're just everyday people committing this fraud. Is that what this looks like, or is it a ring? Like, what the hell's going on around here? Well, each case is going to have its own individual merits. So I wouldn't be able to generalize each case. I'm not aware of each case either. But I mean, maybe KP understands better how the administrative side. It's the administrative side of some of these health providers. But there's even a larger
drain of shit out you. That's all it is.
But it's not a group of people though. It's like it's literally just a one person draining the system right now. You know, one person at a time. What is it, KB?
We have give me a second.
You can Google the top 10 recipients and which corporations get the biggest cut from Medicare, Medicaid, Cigna, United Healthcare, Aetna, etc. Blue Cross Blue Shield.
It's actually like you're saying the corporations are getting.
Absolutely, it's the Fortune 500 of medical industrial complex.
All right.
They're fucking A. I mean, it's your health insurance provider. It's the middleman. It's the brokers. These bastards are causing a huge problem in the system. They're blocking it. I mean, it's a waste of money. The internet didn't solve anything.
It's been going on seriously since the 1700s. The same key players that we sit here and funded because they knew they can never fail.
Obamacare was just another spending bill for $800 billion more for the medical industrial complex. Everybody, keep Obamacare, motherfucker! It was just $1 trillion spending bill to give out so everybody can fucking build health insurance companies. I mean, it's one fucking medical industrial complex of bullshit. It's financial fraud, and it's not real medicine.
I done walked in HR and threw my white jacket on the table and said, fuck you several times. I'm done with this shit.
If people had personal fitness trainers and dietitians, I mean, what more do you need? All this extra shit is forced down our throats and full of shit. The COVID-19 vaccines was a marketing ploy. My mom says, oh, I just went to the community center and the fire department vaccinated me. I'm like, Mom, what the fuck are you doing? It's like candy for people. People are stupid. You want free shit? Here's free shit.
Well, hold on a second. I mean, one thing that came out of it was breast augmentations. Okay? I'm just saying, at least something good came out of it.
Nothing came good out of it. $10, $15 trillion in debt. The guy I'm running against here in Illinois, he's been in Congress 10 years. That means he's overseeing $20 trillion in debt creation. $20 trillion fucking dollars.
You know, I will tell you exactly what Obamacare did. Because at that time, I had the wonderful fortune of having my mother-in-law come live with us. And I needed to provide her health insurance. And so I was looking long and hard at what plans I could get, how much it was going to cost, et cetera, et cetera. And what I found, I looked at the out-of-pocket expenses, I looked at the co-pays, I looked at all of it. Essentially, all of those things, the maximum yearly coverage, the maximum out-of-pocket, the maximum co-pays, that all stayed the same. The only difference I saw that they reduced the price of your primary care and they transferred those costs to the specialists. So where it used to be like $35, let me say $35 to see your regular doctor and $50 to see a specialist, it suddenly went to $25 and the specialist was $100. That was
if you went out of district, you had to pay the extra fee.
Yeah, exactly. That's all. In terms of the insurance companies, nothing changed. The only thing they said is, well, you can't cancel people, and you got to, there were the few things the kids can stay on till they're 25, whatever it was, however that went.
I don't think most people read their insurance policies and see how much bullshit it is. It's just
A lot of bullshit.
paperwork getting overinflated.
What about my cholesterol, man?
I have breaking news.
I'm sorry. Bullshit.
I got some breaking news. I think it's pretty. Tonight, Anna Paulina Luna has criminally referred Jerome Powell to the DOJ for perjury. Have you guys heard this?
I did hear about that just a little bit ago, yeah.
What about the $2.5 billion makeover?
$2.5 billion. Yeah, for the renovations of the Fed's DC headquarters.
What did they think? What did they think they were building out the new Goldman Sachs, executive offices?
Yeah, this is the problem with the Epstein story. Taking the news cycle. There's all these bangers that are out there, right? Yo, what they should do is indict that fat bitch from Georgia. With that big ass cap in her mouth. What's her name?
Letitia.
No, the other one. Georgia's the. That's New York. Stacey Adams. Thank you. Yeah, they need to indict her ass. Fuck that.
Stacey Abrams.
Abrams.
She got $2 billion for a nonprofit that had $100 in the bank account. And what was that number that when Biden was leaving, he gave out $300 billion in grants to all these climate change and nonprofits? I mean, that's a huge scandal too.
Yeah, then you had that fucking what was she from, that little girl at the time, that Swedish girl was pushing that shit. Greta Thunberg, whatever. Yeah, she was a big funder or a big famous thing, I'm sorry. Yeah, and they used her as a child because you can't talk about children. It was fucked up. They were good at marketing at that time.
Well, nothing's going to happen to Chairman Powell. Chairman Powell, he was on television. This reporter asks him, is it sustainable? He says he made a Freudian slip. He said it is on an unsustainable. He said it's currently unsustainable. And then he corrected himself. But the point is, he said that we don't give Congress fiscal advice and we don't ask Congress for monetary advice. So if that's the root of the problem, it's a unified system. It's Congress and the Federal Reserve, but we are so far in the trenches of debt at $37 trillion with $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities. I mean, Trump is the guy to fix the situation. They appointed Kennedy to the head of Wall Street as the Security Exchange Commission back when the stock market plunged in 29. And Franklin Delano Roosevelt said, it takes a criminal to catch a criminal. It takes somebody with some chutzpah and some business experience to get us out of this finance. Yeah.
Are you talking about Bobby Senior?
No, I'm talking about Kennedy, the old John F. Kennedy's grandfather, I believe, or his father. He was appointed head of the SEC. But anyways, FDR appointed him because he believed, he was widely accused of doing insider trading and fraudulent type of trading. So, anyways, the point is, Trump is the guy to fix all of this, and I think he will fix all of this. But if Doge has already saved us $600 billion, we have to cut spending by $1 trillion a year. We can't let a Democratic Congress, Democratic senators, or Democratic president continue to plunge us further into debt. And I can't understand why Trump is so hard on Massey and Rand Paul and all these fiscal conservatives and prudent people. They're just giving the money away. It's such a fucking waste.
Well, you mentioned Kennedy now with Jack, was the father. Yeah. Yeah, he had way too much bullshit in his history.
Bootleggers. I mean, people in America have always ground out a dollar in some innovative way. I mean, look at all this fucking cryptocurrency and the trillions of dollars in market cap in crypto and these fucking millions of billionaires who came out of nowhere all because of fucking crypto.
And once he had that stroke, it was done. His legacy was done. John and Bobby came up after him once he stroked out.
Anyways, it's just American legends.
You
saw The Godfather, John. Did you see the third one? Though everybody hates it.
Yeah, but remember the
Yeah,
first one.
because the point is, it's the hierarchy, and what he said was true. What Michael said is true. The higher up you go, the more corruption there is, because there's more money involved.
It's my favorite part of the movie when he started telling him, he's like, all my life I wanted to be legit, and I thought if I reached a certain level, everything would be fair.
And great mind-blowing experience.
Well, remember what Clemenza said to the Godfather? He said, Godfather, in 3 months there will be nothing left for us to build on. What I'm telling you is your grandchildren, these non-existent COVID vaccine babies that will probably never will be born, will not experience that American dream, because at $37 trillion in 1999 and 2000, we were on a great footing. But since 9/11, we have gone absolutely fucking bananas with one scam after the next. And literally, the amount that we have spent on this war and COVID-19, it is so unfucking godly how much we have spent. I don't know why people don't understand how much of a financial crisis this country has created.
You understand if you sleep with a woman.
I tell my dead baby jokes, which I'm surprised we used to. Does anybody know dead baby jokes? We used to tell them when we were kids.
What's the worst thing about a dead baby underneath 100 other dead babies?
A live one crawling out.
Yeah, I think what's the worst thing? It's alive. It's got to eat its way out.
Eating its way out.
Baby got to eat dead babies. Meanwhile, Victoria can come in here and say, it's women's reproductive health and it's not murder. You're all ridiculous.
Yeah, you missed. First you say, first you say, how do you get dead babies into a truck? Then you say with the pitchfork, and then what's worse than a truck full of dead babies, a live one eating his way up there?
What smells worse? What smells worse? Victoria's bathroom with 3.
It's funny because it's true.
And I know, John, you're Jewish.
No, my mother's not Jewish. My father is Jewish. My mother's gorgeous. I'm a cashew.
Okay. Why did your father eat your mom's pussy?
Why?
So close to the gas chamber.
Why is sex like a box of Kentucky Fried Chicken?
Oh shit.
Because after you're done with that breast and that thigh, only thing left to do is stick your bone back in that greasy box.
How to get the nigga home? How to welfare check on his boots? Oh man, these old school jokes are love.
You know, they say that Bill Gates and Melinda Gates, their divorce was actually a strategic move to protect their assets.
Yes.
Why?
Because it separates them. It separates them. If he's brought up on charges and these Epstein files come out, well, she gets to keep half of it.
Oh, yeah.
The CIA went Bezos when he dipped. His wife did the same thing.
Well, why the fuck would he marry that woman, that fished out face? He could have had any woman in the world. Why the fuck did he marry that woman?
Yeah, now all the plastic surgery she's gotten, like she was reasonably attractive. Now she looks like a freak show.
I don't understand. I mean, he kind of has a strange personality. Like, he doesn't seem like he's, I don't know, there's something strange about him as well. But Bill Gates, in my opinion, and what he has done and concocted and is still continuing to concoct, even with this like a produce spray and vegetable spray that they want to coat all the produce. He's like an mRNA obsessed psychopath. He is like mRNA spike protein, smoothies in the morning. He shits spike proteins. This guy is just like an insane chemist psychopath.
Well, you heard he wants to vaccinate cows so their farts don't emit as much methane for climate change.
Nothing. I'm telling you, nothing. You know, the one thing you can expect and continue to expect is nothing burgers. Even with especially with this Trump.
Going to come from the the investigation of John Brennan.
God, I hope so.
Well, I put it in the link, and I put the link in the chat. There was a convention they have this yearly where the Chief Justice meets with all the Chief Justices of the district courts, and they discuss things like how's the court system? Are you getting bogged down? What kind of, logistical things? And Judge Boasberg, the one who told Trump to turn the plane around midair, asked the judge, and I'm trying to remember how they said it, but basically there's a memo going around where Boasberg and a number of other judges asked Roberts how they could, they were concerned that Trump would be, that Trump would not obey his rulings once they made their rulings, that he would ignore the courts. And now Roberts said in a kind of fatherly tone, hey, don't worry about it. Trump is very respectful. And on top of that, Trump has obeyed every court order that's come down since he's taken office. But what it shows is first of all, judges are not supposed to be discussing cases with other lawyers or judges. It's against the law. And number two, they are supposed to be, not only are they supposed to be ruling fairly, which they've now expressed, some of them have, like Boasberg, have openly admitted now that they have a bias. But there is a part of the legal doctrine in this country is that a court is supposed to presume that elected officials are following the law. And that there's another legal, Abby should be here, but there's another part of our legal system that says that if there's an action taken by a politician or an elected official, and one can be interpreted as constitutional, but the other can be interpreted as unconstitutional, you should assume that the elected official is acting constitutionally. And these judges now, it's a memo that was some reporter got a hold of it. How, I don't know. But it shows these district court judges have a clear bias against Trump. And what's on Roberts pointing on the Bush? Say that again? What's Roberts? He was appointed like 30 there total. So maybe 10 of these district court judges, obviously from liberal states, sent this memo to the Chief Justice Roberts saying, gee, gosh darn, we're worried that Trump is going to overthrow is not going to follow the Constitution and ignore our rulings. And Roberts told them, don't worry about it, boys. Don't panic. Everything's okay. And when you look at all of these rulings and filings, Trump has followed every direction Constitution is absolute bullshit on the part of the left. Trump talks a lot, Trump trolls, Trump talks a lot of crap, but when it comes down to it, what he does, his actions, is he is following the letter of the law, 100%. He is not ignoring
Alan, it's these judges that don't obey the Constitution.
Absolutely. And that Boasberg judge, the whole thing with whatever that gang member was, not Garcia, but the other one. Trump they put him on the plane. The plane went to Venezuela, I think it was. So the Boasberg, had a hissy fit because he couldn't have his way. Trump appealed it to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court told Boasberg, no, you're wrong, Trump was right. And then Boasberg said, well, I'm holding him in contempt of court anyways. And under that, ordered Trump to bring the guy back. And that's how he was able to finagle it. But the Supreme Court keeps telling these judges, hey, you're out of line. This is bullshit. You're interpreting the Constitution the wrong way. And they keep ignoring them. Absolutely, they're full of shit.
Man, I love when Ellen just go off real. I love it.
Stephen Miller.
This is like 2001 Ellen. Don't give a shit.
Oh,
Welcome back.
Yeah, no, I never gave a shit. That's one of the benefits of being older.
Did you see the video? What's her name? Ketanji Jackson, or what's the African American female Supreme Court name?
Ketanji, KJ.
I don't know if you saw. Did you see? She's like a theater child. So there's a video of her. Did you see her singing in like Wicked or something? It's so cringe and bizarre.
Oh yeah. Have you seen the word count?
Yeah, I saw that.
Like they added up all of the opinions by the various Supreme Court justices, and it's either the average or the total, and all the other judges, it's 2,000 words, and her in their either dissents or their rulings, and hers she's at 15,000. It's hilarious.
John, what was that chick that's right outside your district? That was getting crazy. What was her name? White girl.
Fuck, she's out of the news now because she got out of office. I can't remember her name off the top of my head anymore.
That was something.
She was a psychopath. Total psychopath. She's just crazy.
Different jobs with the municipality and the city or some shit.
Oh, Tiffany Henyard.
Man, yes, thank you.
Yeah, that bitch is a
psychopath. You guys want to go look at
she got the psycho star. She got the psycho star. Yeah. She's a total psychopath.
Did she get arrested or?
She caused a fight, but she didn't get arrested.
She got run off.
She got voted out of office.
Yeah, they had to run off.
And they had Lori Lightfoot, our bullshit mayor, do a forensic accounting and auditing, and then she gave a speech saying that she was buying $200,000 worth of personal shit on Amazon. The thing that really pissed everybody off was her attitude and personality and how her shit don't stink. She's just a psychopath type person.
Lori?
No, not Lori. Tiffany Henyard. Lori, at least, Lori was a corporate lawyer for, 20, 30 years. She's still practicing. She's married to this 7-foot Ashkenazi Jewish woman, and they have an adopted child. And people who worked for her said that she was the biggest cunt and bitch they had ever met in their entire life. She was a total impersonal, nasty cunt. That's what I heard.
You want to hear a real story?
Yeah, go ahead.
You want to hear a real story? Lori. Please. Oh, sure. Since you said it, I'm gonna tell it. Been an asshole all my fucking life. We are second cousins. Been an asshole all our lives and been a fucking dyke. Been excommunicado from the family. Absolutely. If you go and hook up their lineage, fucking communists like a motherfucker. That's what she does. She's got that other side of line. We don't fuck with her. We don't speak her name at all. We see you, we spit on you. We don't fuck with her.
Yeah, Karen. Did you see Karen Bass? She was like a former communist organizer.
I hate her.
She's another one. I don't know where these people come from and how they keep getting
But you know, she
elected.
used to be a nice looking, when I was young, she was a nice looking lady, but I don't know what demonic force got to her. We just stopped communicating with her. If you go research that whole Lightfoot line, you know, we kicked the motherfuckers out of the family tree. Get the fuck out of here.
She's a special one, and I mean, it's a miracle that she won. And you know, she ran against Tony Preckwinkle, who's been head of the Cook County government for like 20 years, and she's another one. And how these people maintain their power, I think it's election fraud. And why we have Brandon Johnson in Chicago, it's got to be election fraud. If you look at the chart and the overlays, you're like, how are all these people in the South Side voting? I don't think a lot of these people even vote. So it's ballot harvesting and it's Democrat control. It's a political cartel that runs Chicago, and they've been doing it since like the 50s and 60s. I mean, they control it. It's their shit.
It was the same way like Detroit was like that for a long time. And they still shit. You know, crazy. These inner cities are fucking nuts, man.
That former head of Chicago Public Schools, Barbara Burke Bennett, she's still in jail because she was had multi-million-dollar scams with my former dean from high school, who started a for-profit like executive leadership education curriculum bullshit corporation, and she was also involved in textbook scams in Detroit. Like, education has so much funding, and 50-60% of our property taxes go to education. There's so many grifters and fraudsters in education. It's as sickening as Medicare and Medicaid and the entire medical industrial complex. The educational industrial complex in this country has to be one of the most dangerous elements of our fucked up society. AKA teachers unions and all these bullshit educators that do babysitting and facilities management and no education. You ever notice how 60 to 80% of the entire population is looking at their phone nonstop wherever they're at?
Yeah, it's a bad addiction.
I mean, how are these kids in junior high and high school like ever going to get an education if they're just chronically looking at their cell phone all the time? Like, everybody's brain has got to be cooked.
GPT can answer everything for them. It's the future.
I don't know if there will be a future. I mean, at 37 trillion, 40 trillion, 50 trillion, all, McZed on here, he works in debt resolution and management, and he claims there's going to be a debt jubilee and we don't have to worry about the future. He could be right, and there's some type of debt resolution and it just disappears and only appears in terms of inflation. But if it doesn't, and we get crushed with inflation and paying back a debt, how crazy is it that, like, after a war, there's war, debt resolution? Like, Germany had to cough up, all this money after the Versailles Treaty, had to cough up all this money after World War II. but supposedly with the Marshall Plan, we funded it all. My point is, you know, how the fuck in this country, how do we get over this like nonstop borrowing and spending politically and organized? And what are the actual benefits of doing it versus not doing it? Is it just a question of where the money goes, or is it a question of how much we're going to create in new debt? You know, like what's the optimal balance and solution without this new Green Deal shit and all the other fraud and wasteful spending?
I think it's going to take a crisis because they have the automatic increases to all the departments, and that stuff's codified into law. So I don't think there's any way to rein it in until we have like some serious crisis that occurs.
But a crisis just spurs more debt. And the HEROES Act in March of 2020 was the first $1.5 trillion tranche. And every single congressperson came up and gave their little speech and said, I think this is a great idea. So crisis just creates more spending. I mean, what we have to do is stop doing. And we have to cut by like $1 to $2 trillion, you know, just to start. I mean, otherwise it just keeps going up. And at one point, you know, 1 trillion plus for debt, just for interest, plus $1 trillion for national defense. Like, people got to take cuts. I mean, it can't just be perpetual economic growth just by borrowing. I mean, you could say that it's our greatest strength that we have this ability, and it fucks the rest of the world who is mixed in with us. So I'm just playing devil's advocate because I really don't know what the optimal solution is. It could be that we can just continue, we just keep borrowing, you know, ad infinitum, because if Washington, D.C. doesn't get, you know, invaded and overrun by some foreign enemy, it is a Ponzi scheme, and we as the American people are the greatest beneficiaries of this Ponzi scheme.
Yeah, but the problem is that it just, you know, you can say, well, the money will never run out, but at a certain point, the debt will overwhelm us to the point where we're spending trillions of dollars just to pay something that, you know, pay for things that we used 30 years ago.
Well, then it's like a strategic bankruptcy. You run up the credit cards as high as you can before you default.
John, I would say war.
Yeah, you could say war. I mean, but if you look at historical precedents, World War I, World War II, I mean, I would say World War II. I mean, it's so hard to say if World War I and World War II aren't just like one successive event.
I want you to hear this. War, everybody forgets about anything. They just gonna keep tricking us.
No, I mean, that's the distraction. You know, I mean, I was watching television today, and I'm like, God, this is such a fucking huge distraction to like the real big problems. But people are just so mesmerized by, you know, pictures and videos, and it's all just one giant hypnosis to make everybody stupid and not realize that there's a crisis and people shouldn't even be patriots. But what I'm saying is, if there is war, you know, China might be smart enough to know not to fuck around and find out. But we're already in war. I mean, for Christ's sake, it's like been 24 years of nonstop war, and shit is still super hot. Ukraine and Syria and like, we're already entangled in like 5 to 6 different battlefronts. Trump has dropped more ordnance.
What's the second war? We should have never gotten to the Cold War bullshit. That was dumb.
That shit's wild. I mean, I'm born in '82, but the amount of money that this country invested in the Cold War is insane.
Ridiculous.
I mean, but supposedly we won.
Reagan was part of that problem.
The collapse of the Soviet Union, you know, could have essentially prolonged a nuclear war. So, you know, a nuclear war is still real. Some people on this app don't think that Russia has nuclear weapons. I mean, I think they're stupid to think that they don't have nuclear weapons. The Russians are extremely intelligent and technologically advanced, and there's no way that they don't have advanced nuclear weapon systems.
They always had notes.
Yeah. You know, I remember when the war in Ukraine started, people on the left were saying, oh, Russia isn't that big. It isn't a superpower. They're going to fail. I mean, downplaying, like ignoring the last 100 years of history. It was ridiculous. They
And maybe John, you might be a little younger. We had Molotov over there. He was fucking wild.
There's a lot of rabid Russian haters on this app. Sycophants when it comes to hating Russia on this app.
And the thing was, is when the Soviet Union collapsed, we won. They're supposed to be our friends now, right? But no. You know, I attribute it all to when Trump said in that speech, you know, hey, maybe we need to get Hillary's emails or whatever. And he said, Russia, are you listening? I mean, it was like a joke. And the Democrats, you know, went crazy. He said that, and it was after that, the whole Russian collusion thing, and the Steele dossier, and on and on and on, and Russia became the bad guys. You know? And we don't, look, Russia does plenty on its own that people can criticize, but it was, you know, it's nothing like the way Democrats ran with it.
No, and I still have that email. So what? When Hillary found out the skinny was in Congress.
You know, I don't know if you follow Macron at all, but I mean, Europe must be supplying a tremendous amount of weapons and advisors to Ukraine. I mean, this really is like a World War III, but not labeled as a World War III. I mean, it is most definitely a major global conflict that is not going away because Europe, like Trump just said the other day, he's like, I'm amazed at the thirst for war with these European allies and partners of ours. He's like, they blow me away how aggressive they are. So, you know, this whole thing is in many ways about bringing down Putin's government and regime changing Russia. That doesn't seem to be going away.
You know, I haven't checked, but there's a website. It's called, and it shows all of the military action going on in Ukraine, and it shows the territory that Russia has, shows, you know, where their forces are. It hasn't changed in 2 years at least. I mean, you know, there's no movement, and still they want to spend billions. In the meantime, Ukraine is getting decimated. Yeah, they might have a drone attack in Russia now and again, but no, they should, you know, Trump was correct when he first got into office, you know, but you know, Zelensky was, you know, too stupid to take the deal.
He's a dancing gigolo and a comedian and an actor.
Your eyes and goddamn eagle's ass. You fucked up.
Zelensky is the
high as shit.
He's the problem. He's the problem. I mean, even that Oval Office meeting, that was wonderful.
That's all you are.
He's constantly scratching his nose, doing powders. I mean, the guy is probably the greatest risk to global national security on the planet.
I agree with that. And also the hooker from over in Italy. She's sitting there wide-eyed like this bitch is high as hell. Just sit there and watch it. High as hell.
I mean, how is this guy leading the charge against Russia? They don't have open elections. He can't lose his position. He's fully backed by CIA. Did you see the reaction in the Oval Office when Trump said he was going to send weapons?
Fucking retarded.
What's the current CIA? Ratcliffe, that's the new CIA director. When he said he was getting more weapons, he looked up in the air and was like, "Thank you, God." And Pete Hegseth was like, just looking coldly, like empty, like, what the fuck? There's a difference between the Pentagon and the CIA.
We need to stop doing fuck that Iron Dome shit. We don't even have one here in the States.
I think that's a waste of money too. But you ask other soldiers and veterans, and they think it's a viable investment. I think it's ridiculous.
And when Trump had that long conference, he was walking across the yard. He said they don't know what the fuck they're doing. These motherfuckers have been fighting for thousands of years. Fuck them.
You know what Trump needs? Trump needs to issue the American people Liberty pistols and 100 rounds of ammunition. If you voted for him, you should get a custom-made Trump pistol, a revolver, and a check for $10,000.
That's always you pull your fucking finger off. Motherfuckers. But I got you.
I'm just saying, arming the population, educating the population is our greatest defense against foreign invasion and foreign wars. I mean, the military-industrial complex has to have their revenue growth quarter by quarter. I mean, we're still making tanks that will never be used. I mean, we're probably still putting them out by the tens of thousands annually. Like, it's insane. We manufacture shit we don't even need.
That's true.
Listen, Barack Hussein Obama's biggest backer and the guy that got him into the White House was Crown. I don't know if you know who he was. He died in a NASCAR accident driving a race car. But that multi-billion-dollar family they're one of the largest defense manufacturers in the country, and they do nuclear-powered aircraft carriers, nuclear-powered submarines. They do everything. Yeah, it's the Crown family.
Oh, shit. But he was already multi-wealthy.
It was his father, and but he died tragically in a car accident. That's the problem. You can be a billionaire, but if you're going to go buy that wine estate in France and you fly a helicopter over and you crash, there goes your billions.
Well, his stepfather was very wealthy. Very wealthy. He was in the nation, and he was a straight killer over there. He took over the fucking government. Very wealthy man. His mother was a fucking Playboy bunny. Fuck around and find out. Don't talk about it.
This is the biggest wealth transfer in human history. $37 trillion from 9/11 to COVID-19. I mean, the military and big pharma and everybody associated with it made more money in human history than at any other time in American history. The PPP loans were $1 trillion giveaway. Do you know how many fucking tens of thousands of people in this country took out huge fucking loans from the government and never repaid them? They can't crawl. They probably crawl back like 1% of all the fraud. The next battlefront is definitely going to be Syria. It is so crazy because Trump says that these rebels that took over the country were backed by Turkey, but he leaves out Saudi Arabia from that discussion. Meanwhile, the Israelis are bombing the shit out of Syria and attacking these Islamists because now they're worried that there's going to be another Islamist stronghold, to the north of them. And it's going to be even worse than Bashar Assad. But the fact that Bashar Assad got regime changed like overnight in the news, and everybody's just like, wow, fucking unbelievable. Like, can't believe that happened. But, this is the thing about wars. It knows no boundaries and it goes on forever. And I don't know if you saw how the Israelis blew up that federal building and the government building in downtown Damascus. And, the news reporters were like, fucking jumping out of their seats because I think they might have been in one of those associated buildings. But I mean, this war is not ending, and Israel is not afraid to apparently make any type of strike. Like the attack in Iran, attack on Syria, like these things are unbelievable that Israel is even doing these things, and they're not going to stop. So this is like a war that has months and years ahead of it, and that costs a lot of money. And we're not going to stop spending, but you know, the Middle East is hot, and Ukraine and Russia is hot, and it's just not going to cool. This is like perpetual war, and it's fucking flabbergasting that it's never going to stop.
Didn't Israel just strike Syria?
Yeah, you didn't see those big the big government offices in downtown Damascus and that roundabout get blown up?
No, I missed that.
Holy shit, it was a major attack. Like, it wasn't just like one rocket, it was like a huge detonation. And the leader of Syria, Shah, whatever the fuck his name is, he just met with Macron, and they were doing some body language analysis on him, and he looked very angry and very upset with Macron because their asses are getting blown up now in Syria. That's the thing about these liberal rooms, they're very critical of everything, and but I've never met anybody involved in a peace movement in this country, like an actual peace movement. But everybody has their positions, and their politics. But I've never met anybody actually interested in like a sincere peace movement. I've never seen peace protests. Everything is.
So, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, we can hear you. That's a good
What's up? Did you look up who Lobo Sure was?
No.
Look at him. Crazy shit.
See, that's the thing about liberals and Democrats. Basically, they're communist socialists who don't care about the debt, and they know, but will never discuss the Federal Reserve and borrowing and spending. Everything is you're cutting Medicare, Medicaid for 7 million people. Okay, those people aren't even citizens. Okay, there's a huge amount of fraud in the system. These Democrat liberals are so polarized politically, they can never discuss any actual analysis of the situation, the government, the finances. It's just politic all the time. They're not pragmatic. They're not intelligent enough. They're just so fucking brainwashed that it's like they can't look at a balance sheet. They can't look at an income statement. They can't do any basic math and accounting. And, they don't live in reality. The AOCs, the Mamdanis, Bernie Sanders, they're the biggest hypocrites and the biggest frauds amongst us. And the fact, if Mamdani wins New York City and he's not arrested on like the 1954 Communist Control Act, I mean, if Trump doesn't take like executive decision action and basically stop Mamdani from taking control of New York City, like that will begin the fall. And I don't know. I mean, we'll be cucked and basically Islamicized and invaded, and no longer the United States of America. That'll be could possibly begin the beginning of some type of downfall or something. I mean, not being hyperbolic. I don't think he's going to win. I mean, he probably is going to win. But anyways, you see what I'm saying? Like, Trump needs to make this the biggest turning point in American history. Like, this should have been our 2000. Instead, we got sold a bill of lies on 9/11, and it fucked us in the ass. And we're essentially pulling the dildo out with Trump. And Trump needs to take that dildo and smash every living goddamn traitor in our midst over the next 3 years.
I don't know if he will. I don't think he's really the wrecking ball we all wish he was. Maybe he's great.
I don't know. You're probably right. I get the feeling like, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's just impossible to think that one guy can achieve, like like huge ambitious reconstruction goals or something like that. But I just don't think there's the manpower to do what needs to be done unless he's really willing to go extreme, which means essentially removing habeas corpus and using the United States military to do the mass deportations. Because we may have a secure wall, but if he does amnesty, I mean, I don't know if it's the worst thing in the world to do amnesty. If we can secure the perimeter and cut spending and do re-education and amnesty for whatever percentage of viable candidates to become citizens, and they can pass a test, you actually have to pass a real test. I don't know, there's a lot of ways to to do real things that, because the manpower and the capability isn't there. Like, when a plant or a tree has already grown, like, the excavation work is, difficult to do, and I don't know if it's feasibly possible, but anyways, this is just late night political ramblings.
It's looking like at best we could deport 3 million illegals. And, that's far shy of at least the 10 million that Biden left in, but there's probably 20 to 30 million illegals here, upwards of 30 million, I think. He won't be able to get them all out, but I'm just hoping that the Overton window is pushed a little further to the right. Like right now, the American people resoundingly support it. So this is a big change, something that's taken decades to get to this point where just the American people support it. So it's like, take small victories and stack them up. That's kind of how I'm looking at it. And Trump could be the Nixon, and we're still waiting for the next Reagan to come along after Nixon. We might have to go through Jimmy Carter to get there.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I still have great hope for Trump's second administration because he knows so much more this second time around. This V2 version, I think you haven't even seen it really like deploy its wings and go hypersonic. And I think that, there's a lot of preparation and setup to do whatever programs and projects he's planning on doing. You don't just, rush right into it. I mean, you take your time, you do a thorough analysis, and you spread it out. You don't rush whatever he's planning on doing. But, I mean, in terms of like American history, like if he does something big, I mean, when I saw Netanyahu, tell him that he nominated him for the Nobel Peace Prize, I mean, to me, that's like funny. That's almost like a troll and comedy, but at the same time, a little ridiculous and kind of cringe, but still nonetheless funny. Like, there's a lot of funny aspects to his, presidency. But I mean, if you get your head almost blown off by Matthew fucking Crooks, and you expect that Democrats and deep state operatives are responsible, and your own Secret Service, was compromised, I mean, for fuck's sake, like, this is enough. I mean, I don't know about you, but like, if you were in his shoes, wouldn't you be even crazier? Like 100 times crazier, and would have done arrests already, and would have made it your one fucking priority to make this the priority of every American. Like, there's a lot of things he hasn't done, which, he's not psychopath enough to do. I mean, he could have gone full Mussolini on day one and said, that's why I'm saying this. Maybe this Epstein thing is a problem for him. And and he is co-opted. I mean, who knows? People get compromised.
I'm optimistic about it. I just think it's the heavy lifting. He's laying the groundwork for the next guy or group to come in, be able to really push the change that we need. It's going to have to happen incrementally. I just don't believe it'll be like a revolutionary change. If all he does is change the direction of the illegal immigration, he takes out Act Blue, and he neutralizes the Democrats' power come by 2030, because they were looking at trying to count all these illegals in the 2030 census. And they're trying to set themselves up for another 10, 20-year run of Democrat control. If he can prevent that, that'll give enough for, I hate to say it, but probably the Palantir group, whoever they end up putting in there, taking over the Republican Party, because these old guys are about to die off. Mitch McConnell's, they're out. They just can't survive it any longer. And a whole new group of elites are about to come in to power in the next 15 years. And we got to pray and hope they don't continue the madness for themselves. But you never know. They get into it with good intentions, and then greed sets in.
See, I think Palantir is a little bit like a scam. I've been in massive federal facilities hearing Palantir pitched by key executives in the government. So you have government employees pushing Palantir on government employees. Everybody wants to make money with these elite pedophile, psychopaths. I mean, I don't know if you like, Peter Thiel. I mean, sure, he's intelligent, but when you think that he's an elite homosexual having sex with young men, and Palantir has gone to $100 billion, $200 billion market cap off of federal contracts. I don't know. That's just me. It's like, can't really sell me on anything, sir. Like, I don't like him. To me, he's one of those zombie type of guys. Something strange. It's not something strange about him. Like, the guy has a major corporation and a major, investment bank. I mean, I don't know what his total net worth is, but it's insane. Like, he's, way up there. But if the IRS gives over all of the American data to Palantir, or if they already haven't, and that data is already, available, I don't see him being a friend to the Republican Party. I mean, he's mercurial and he'll shift left. I mean, because if one thing is true, these Democrats get bought nonstop by whoever has the money. So, I mean, Palantir to me is basically a net negative for the American people.
No, I don't like him, but to replace the only way to replace elites is with other elites, and the Republican Party doesn't really have. I mean, their donor class is awful. These people aren't like quote unquote true believers or anything. These aren't like patriots. They're very transactional. So there isn't like this right wing true believers like what the Democrats have that are major donor class. So we're kind of, unless another group comes along, I mean, it's going to revert. The Republican Party will revert back either to the Bush wing, or it's going to be this new J.D. Vance Palantir wing that gets in there. So I don't really see another, unless you're aware of another group of elites that will be able to dominate the Republican Party and then take control of the country.
Yeah, it's like a combination of banking and technology elites elites because Jamie Dimon and the CEO of Goldman Sachs and Wells Fargo and every major, and the hedge funds like Citadel. I mean, these mega donors like Ken Griffin. It's an amalgamation, and then you have Mark Zuckerberg. So it's and Musk. So it's like a combination of communication versus banking, in terms of like the donor class. But I think to say that like the Republican Party doesn't have its elites, it doesn't have its billionaire donor class. It's no fucking way, dude. I mean, like everybody who backed Trump and George Bush, I mean, are technically, that donor class. And then there's people who would still shift over, but it's a brand. And so you do get patriots that come out of the woodworks and want to give this money, like Elon Musk and his, what was it, 300 million he did for Trump, or was it 200 million or 100 million? But anyways, I'm just saying, when the time is right, patriots arise. That's the philosophy.
Everybody's still around, huh? Barely.
Yeah, we had our Soros. They ran them off. Elon Musk. That was the last time we were having great victories. I hate to say it.
Well, just buying X was the biggest contribution he could have made, because that opened up the censorship pipeline. And this app, surprisingly limited censorship, but X, at Twitter, wildly controlled censorship from the White House, and FBI and CIA employees embedded at Twitter. I mean, their own back channels and an incredible censorship campaign, especially with regards to COVID-19, the vaccines. But all political communication was being censored. And the fact that X opened up, I mean, I think that that definitely changed the herd psychology and got Trump into office.
Oh, for sure. Because do you think Musk will come back around?
I don't know. I saw a news article that said his approval rating with Americans is only 25%. He still has weekly recorded meetings now on X under Adrian Dittman, and he's got the money. I mean, unless his Tesla stock depreciates significantly, he's always going to have the money to back somebody. But supposedly the American Party is just a super PAC. I mean, I'm going to try to fucking get money from it, but he's blocked like 15 of my X accounts because I tag Adrian Dittman all the time. He's got a lot of money, and he's an eccentric person.
It's hard to think about what it'll be like after Trump, but they'll be thinking about it here soon.
Listen, Eric or Ivanka could clean up. I mean, it's a family political dynasty now. It's a political brand dynasty. And, they have essentially cornered the market on American political branding. The Trump political dynasty is essentially the new Kennedy dynasty. And they're saying Kennedy's going to run for president as well. I mean, that's a big political name to run for presidency.
But Marco Rubio does too.
Yeah, I don't know. Robert F. Kennedy's voice cracks so much still. It's like, Rubio really is a great communicator. He did really good in those debates, I thought. That guy is, American bona fide history and political, royalty himself at this point.
Yeah, I think he's recovered his image from the Gang of Eight. So I'll never forget him doing that. But he's done pretty damn good as a Secretary of State. I got to give it to him. guys did. It'll be interesting to see how it shakes out. I don't know. Republicans have just structural issues, though. Trump was able to do unheard of stuff by getting people to support him. Without Trump, the Republicans do not have a winning coalition. So the Republican Party needs to adopt Trump's platform is really the biggest issue. So it'll be interesting to see the turning point there. We could lead to many losses if we just revert back to the old GOP. In most changes like this, the party adopts the platform and then moves forward with, oh, this is the new brand. But the current group of elites in power of the Republican Party, they are just holding on and holding on and holding on. There's something has to budge, and there has to be something in Congress that changes.
If you listen to these Democrat rooms, do you know who their Democrat superstars? Jasmine Crockett. They say, "Oh, that girl's got such energy, and she's so like that's it. That's all they got. They got Bernie. They got AOC. S500. These Democrat leaders are the most ineffective leaders, but they have spam power. But to me, that's like artificial because it's like a lot of bot traffic. Their power is very paper tiger and illusory. It's just not real. But it's propaganda. I mean, it's unbelievable what they're able to achieve. But I mean, even having Stephen Colbert pulled off of CBS,